Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to BowlTV.com for day number 2 of the Prairie View A&M Invitational taking place at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. I'm coming to you live from the Bowl TV studio at the International Bowling Campus, but Jason Thomas on site at USA Bowl, making sure the cameras are working for our 10-team field. We made some adjustments. We're good to go, and we have all 10 teams available. There we go. Available to view today. As they get underway for their 5-game traditional block. Yesterday, we had 25 Baker games total in 5 Baker matches. So just taking a look at some of the standings here. We'll get those up in just a moment. But Arkansas State had an impressive finish down the stretch on their way to a 3-2 overall record, but they averaged nearly 210 in their final 3 Baker sets, which for those of you who may be unfamiliar with the Baker setup, it's a combination of 5 players bowling 1 traditional game. So your leadoff bowler bowls the 1st and 6th frame, 2nd bowler, 2nd, 7th, 3rd bowler, 3rd and the 8th, 4th bowler, 4th and the 9th, and the 5th bowler bowls the 5th and the 10th frame. So it's all about working together as a team, finding ways to come together, have cohesion, have unity, make all the right moves together, fill your frames in order to pick up those big games. So for Arkansas State, they did a fantastic job doing that down the stretch to lead overall in pinfall total. Looking ahead to tomorrow's bracket action, they're at 4,972 pins so far through day number 1, about 150 pins ahead of second place, Sam Houston State. 48-29, Louisiana Tech in 3rd place at 48-17, and then McHenry, the defending champion here at the Prairie View, in 4th place at 48-06. Going a little bit farther down the standings for pinfall, Tulane 5th, Prairie View A&M, our host, 6th, Nebraska 7th, Stephen F. Austin 8th, Youngstown State 9th, and Texas Southern in 10th place. So as we said, today is going to be traditional 5-player team games throughout the course of competition. So we're going to go ahead and go to the lanes. They are still working on practice for today's 42-foot condition. We did have a re-oil today, so that's why we're starting a little bit later than planned. So the lanes have been reconditioned. The players have gotten the proper practice time, and they are getting ready for their competition. It's actually going to be a little interesting with the way the lane schedule worked. Having 10 teams in the field this week, they essentially had an extra game on today's docket to figure out. So it was going to be a position round to kick things off today. So here on 35 and 36, we have Arkansas State and we have Sam Houston State, the top 2 teams overall. The interesting thing about this, going down the standings, with the way the schedule worked, somehow these teams all bowled themselves in position to face the team they'll face in the next match. So it's essentially back-to-back position rounds, kind of, except unintentionally. The schedule was already set up for match number 7, but every team is facing the same exact team, back-to-back matches, just on different lanes. That's all. But that was totally based off a qualifying for that, so pretty crazy situation. So we'll see these teams face off against each other in this scenario in back-to-back matches, but just once again on different sets of lanes. So that's certainly fun, a little different. But once again, for the folks watching on BowlTV.com, you do have the ability to hop from pair to pair, so you can follow your favorite teams throughout the course of competition. This channel is basically the commentary channel, so throughout the course of the day, we'll be bringing in guests to chat a little bit about college bowling and a little bit more. Comment on the action going on as well. But you can follow your team from pair to pair to pair at BowlTV.com. If you're watching on a desktop or a laptop, you have the chance to do so by just going beneath the video. There's multiple channels to select from, so just pick the pair. We have the lane schedule listed on each of those pages as well, so you can follow along with your favorite team. If you're on mobile, you can do that as well. Top right of the of your screen, you'll see a 4-box window pane. That'll bring you to the channel navigation as well. For the good folks who are watching right now on Facebook, you're stuck with me, which is I'm sorry about that. But if you go over to BowlTV.com, you will have the ability to check out a few different things and, of course, watch all day today. So that's been the cool thing about what we're doing here at the Prairie View. It's been Friday and Saturday, all free with just creating a login on BullTV.com. So after game one, we're going to shut the stream off on Facebook only. So it'll still be going for the entire block on BullTV.com. You'll get to join us for all of our great guests throughout the course of the day, and just create that free login. It just takes a second or two to do, and you'll be all set up for these login only events. Taking a look at the full range of competition, though, for Sunday's bracket finals, that will require a subscription to Bowl TV. But we have a few different options. If you're looking long term, if you want to follow the PWBA Tour, qualifying and match play from the U.S. Open and USBC Masters, the top junior events like Junior Gold, USA Bowling, collegiate events, regular season just like this, postseason, ITC, ISC. Senior events like the Super Senior Classic, Senior Masters, the Bowlers Journal Team Championship Series. It's all available on BullTV.com. So you might want to look at an annual subscription if you're intrigued by all that. You get access to the entire site, archived events, backstage content, lab, vault, all that available for $79.95. Monthly, it's essentially the same thing, just by a monthly recurring price of $9.95. So if you just want to sample it out, that's a great way. But if you just want to watch the bracket portion tomorrow, $4.95 to pick up an event pass. You can pick that up now by going to Join Bowl TV. A few different places to get there from BullTV.com, and set that up today, and you'll be all set to go for tomorrow. But as we kind of wrap things up here in practice, a few shots left. We actually do have a special guest already lined up for you to join to kick things off here today. So we're going to go ahead and introduce her. She's a player who's had a ton of success on the collegiate landscape for Vanderbilt University, including here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. We'll talk a little bit about that as well. But she just kicked off her PWBA Tour career last week in Arlington, Texas, here at the ITRC. At the Kickoff Classic Series, made match play in 2 of the 3 events, and we're looking forward to seeing her throughout the course of the season, but we're going to bring her in right now. So, folks, please join me as we welcome Maria Balanova to the stream. So, Maria, hello.
Hi.
It's great to see you. It was great to see you competing last weekend, but we're back. We're talking about college bowling here again. I know Vanderbilt has typically been a team competing here, and this is an event you're very familiar with. But what's it like to be sitting back and watching some collegiate bowling once again?
You know, it's so weird. I feel like I know all of these people bowling except for the incoming freshmen. And I'm like, I feel like I should be there. But now I think about it, I graduated in May, and it's almost been a year since I graduated by now. So it's definitely a weird feeling, but I like watching them still.
It's certainly fun to watch, and today these competitors will be tackling a 42-foot condition, same as yesterday. So, you know, they have the ability to get familiar with it, make the changes throughout the course of the block, so we'll get to see those here in this traditional match starting up. But, Maria, let's as we kick things off, let's talk a little bit about your PWBA experience. Obviously unique with the procedures and protocols in place for safety, but 3 events right out of the gates against the top players in the world. You made match play at the very first one at the Bowlers Journal Classic, and then again at the Hall of Fame Classic. Just how was the week for you, getting all those games in and competing at the national level on the PWBA Tour?
I would say it was really, really fun, but really, really rough, because every block I was getting more and more tired. I used to think that we bowled a lot in college because you would come for a weekend and you bowl, you literally, all you do is bowl for 3 days. And I thought, oh man, that's so tiring. But then I got on the tour and they tell you, oh, you're bowling 8 games of qualifying. Sorry, 9 games of qualifying today, and tomorrow if you made match play, it's 12 more games. And then you don't really get a break the day after that. You have to go bowl again. So I would say it was a really, really big change from collegiate bowling. My thumb did not survive. The approaches were a little slippery, so my knee didn't survive. And I'm kind of glad that the tour started early, so I didn't go in the summer, and the next week I would have been have to be back again. So I would say it was really tough, but I learned a lot.
Well, I think that's part of the strategic placement of the Kickoff Classic Series as well, is not to have everyone come back the week after. And looking at the U.S. Women's Open too, that Tennille's usually pretty kind about not making sure you have to bowl right again after that event with 56 games for the folks in match play. But it was fun to see out there compete. We've seen the success on the collegiate side with Vanderbilt. So, just kind of gauging your performance, how would you just rate your performance overall throughout the course of all three events?
I think I bowled really good, but not great. I feel like I wasn't completely ready mentally and physically, because I think I didn't realize how much it would take to actually compete pretty much every second, every frame there. You might not feel it, but you get really tired. Like, I remember bowling, and I was like, man, I can't repeat, I don't know, more than 3 or 4 shots in a row because my body is tired. And especially in match play, when you're competing every game and you have a chance to get 30 pins bonus, I don't really know how to explain that feeling. It, I don't know, it just takes everything out of you. And I feel like collegiate bowling, I kind of had my teammates there, I had coach there, and there's always somebody to pick me up if I'm not doing great. Like, if I'm not doing great at all, they would, I don't know, take me out. But on tour, nobody would take me out. The only option was to go home, and I couldn't do that.
That is true. And we're hearing the sounds of college bowling right now as the teams get prepared for the kickoff match here, match number 6 across the house. Once again, the lineup, essentially a position round here on 35 and 36. Arkansas State against Sam Houston State on 39 and 40. We have Louisiana Tech and McKendree. Over on 43 and 44, Tulane against Prairie View A&M. Nebraska against Stephen F. Austin on 47 and 48. And on 51 and 52, folks, we have Youngstown State taking on Texas Southern. Man, we didn't have the broadcast on this early yesterday, and I forgot about hearing the chants of the teams, and like that just brought me back so much to college bowling and being in that environment every week. That I think that's one of the coolest things about the sport, having gotten to work in a lot of different aspects, being at youth events, professional events, senior events, big events like the Open and Women's Championships. But I think the collegiate bowling environment is one of the most fun and one of the most unique out there. And I think for folks who haven't experienced it, it's something you want to do at some point. You want to go to a collegiate tournament, obviously, once safety protocols allow. But it is fun to watch a college team compete. And Maria, for you and the Commodores over the course of those 4 seasons, talk about how fun it was just to get crazy with your teammates and enjoy those moments just being in college bowling.
I think college bowling is such a unique thing. You have a lot of fun with the team on and off the lanes, but you also have some things you have to do, like practices, workouts, I don't know, some meetings with the team. Mm-hmm. So it's definitely a really interesting mix. We sure did have a lot of fun in between all of those. There's countless stories that I can tell you about, all the videos I have, all the pictures I have, all the times we pissed off Coach and Josie. I'll never forget. I think it was the best experience of my life. It was the best decision I've ever made to come to Vanderbilt to compete in college.
Absolutely. It was fun to watch. I got to cover your first experience at the NCAA championships in 2017 in Baton Rouge at the facility that was built out for the women's championships. And that was the first time I got to see you compete in person. And I had heard of some of the success internationally prior, but getting to see you compete, especially as a freshman anchoring that team, was super fun for me. And there was actually one video that was that I still have saved on my phone. So when we're back out on tour sometime, I'll have to show it to you. But since I was getting social media and coverage for the event, during one of the Baker games, you guys shot 290. And I know what the chant that you guys have with the black and gold, black and gold, black and gold. You had to keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And one of your teammates was counting it down the whole time. And it was just like by the time you got to the 11th one, it was like, whoo. But it was so fun to watch. It was so great. And then you guys ended it with a big anchor down as well, which was perfect. So so those were some of the fun moments I have personally from covering the events and seeing your team compete. So that was fun for me. I just wanted to let you know that. So.
Oh yeah, one time we shot a 300 game and I was anchoring too. I thought I was out of breath on the 8th anchor. I mean black and gold. Yes.
But 2017 you guys didn't collect the win, but 2018 you end up having the opportunity to win the NCAA national championships, which is all these teams that are competing right now are striving to do the same thing and to be able to raise that trophy at the end of the year. To come together as a team to do something like that is a pretty incredible experience. Just what were some of your favorite moments from that victory and getting to call yourself an NCAA champion?
I think everything kind of came together before we even got to the championship, because I think it was actually the year where we had the best team chemistry. And I think it matters a lot when you're competing, especially for a national championship. My favorite moment when we were on telecast, I think it was actually picking up the trophy. I remember I was in the 10th frame and I just needed to get a good count, like on the first shot. I left the 10 pin and it was the best 10 pin I've ever missed. As soon as I missed, I don't remember if I even had a chance to make it back to the team, but our seniors rushed to the trophy as soon as they could. And all the parents on the sidelines taking pictures of us, anchor down. I really hope that every team could have experienced that, but unfortunately only one team a year. But that's something special, and that's something I'm going to remember for a very, very long time.
That's there we go. That's 2 straight days. We've had a great story about someone missing a 10 pin, but that one's I wouldn't mind missing that one either. So I'd be okay with getting over there and celebrating with everybody else. And but yeah, that's an awesome story and an awesome experience. And a little bit earlier, you mentioned the coaching aspect. Vanderbilt, longtime head coach John Williamson and longtime associate head coach Josie Barnes have done such a tremendous job with that program. And I'm curious, how did you and them kind of end up starting the conversation to see about coming to Vanderbilt? Because most folks probably know but may not. You're originally from Moscow, so how did that connection happen to essentially start the conversation to eventually get you to Vanderbilt?
I think I was at the right place at the right time, because my senior year of high school, 2015, I went to Las Vegas to bowl the World Cup, represent Russia. And I think you guys, it wasn't on Bowl TV, but you guys were doing the live stream for the event when Lucas Weisman was around. Mm-hmm. And I think they were watching me the whole week. I did really well. I finished 3rd. I ended up losing to Shannon Bluchowski in the top 3. And right after we finished the tournament, after people realized that I was almost the college age, like I was about to go in college, people started to contact me. So I think coach was the second coach who contacted me. I remember Kim Kearney, who is the NCAT coach right now, North Carolina AT&T. She messaged me on Facebook and she was like, "Can I get your contact details? Is it okay if I give Coach Williamson your email address?" So yeah, he contacted me. We started talking. I started learning about NCAA and all of that, because before I only knew about Weber, Wichita, and Nebraska because my friends from Europe went there, and I had no idea that there's a difference between club sports, USBC, and NCAA, and I kind of started learning about that, and that's how my whole conversation started with them. I think the World Cup was in the end of November, so kind of late in my senior year, and I took the ACT 2 weeks after I found out that it exists. So I sent them my test scores, and that's how they started all the conversation. Then I visited all the colleges in February.
Gotcha. So you did have the opportunity to visit before making the final decision to go there.
Oh yeah, but I had very quick visits. I only came for a week, and I think I had 4 colleges to visit.
Oh wow.
So I was on the go. I had like a notepad where I was taking notes about all the schools so they don't all blend together, because I was doing it all in a week. It was a very quick decision. I basically made a decision within 2 or 3 months after they started contacting me.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a whirlwind week of college campus visits, getting 4 in across the country just like that. But the Vanderbilt choice definitely seemed to work out well for you. And you mentioned some of the best times of your life there so far. And I'm sure part of that too goes back, kind of looking at your PWBA journey now, is that getting to work with a PWBA Tour champion, essentially on a daily basis with Josie Barnes. So, how many talks did you have just about that? Looking ahead, whether this was something you wanted to pursue. How helpful was she in essentially trying to prepare you to come out on tour and kind of experience what it was to compete at that level?
I think Josie is really good about talking for things with you. So if it was her experience, if it was something on tour, if it's something you're struggling with, she was also good at explaining things. So I think she kind of taught me to learn things about my equipment. And when I got on tour, I realized how important it was, because even though the tour reps are there and they're trying to help you, they have, I guess on a normal day, about 30 or 40 more people that they need to talk to. And they can't be there with you at all times, like Josie was me in college. So definitely the equipment part, she did a really good job. And then she was telling us a lot of stories on tour, how her travel day goes, how they're bowling, all that stuff. So that kind of gave me a general idea of how everything on tour happens, what I can do, what I can't do. So yeah, I feel like Josie was really open and telling us things. And that really, really helped me learn from her.
Yeah, definitely one of the best out there. We can't wait to see Josie back on tour as well. So looking forward to that next opportunity to see her compete. When we kind of look at some of the accolades you took home while competing for the Commodores. Coming out winning Rookie of the Year for Division I in 2017, Player of the Year in 2019. Did you kind of expect to have that kind of effect on the college bowling world, or what were your expectations coming into collegiate bowling, especially knowing that you had traveled, across the ocean to come here? What was what were your goals to get out of college bowling?
Honestly, I just wanted a new field to compete in, because as you said, I traveled around Russia, I traveled around Europe. I won a lot of things in youth bowling there, so I kind of wanted something new. And I think I had no idea what I was getting myself into, because I remember we actually went to our first tournament. It was in Houston, Texas. And when we bowl traditional games, at the end of the day, Josie comes up to me. She's like, "You made all tournament team." I'm like, "What?" I had no idea what it was until they told me that it even existed. But I feel like as I was learning more about collegiate bowling, what I can do, I kind of got hungry for more. I was like, "Oh, I can bowl really well there. I can make more all tournament teams. Oh, I can get MVPs." But I definitely didn't expect to get so many. I was just bowling. I was just trying to do my best. But coming in, I definitely had no idea what I'm going to do or what I could do because I had no idea how it all worked.
I gotcha. That's a fair point. And you talked about, making all tournament teams. I know this particular event that we're watching right now on Bowl TV, the Prairie View A&M Invitational, an event you had success at individually. The team always was in the mix for the title as well. What were some of your favorite memories about coming to Texas for that event? For us, it was kind of a home game since it was at the home of USBC. So, we got to stay at home, and it was kind of like a normal week for us, just with more cool bowling on the weekend. But, it was also a great way to see the top teams in the nation. It seems like a lot of the, top 10, top 15 teams would make it out to this event. So it was always great to see the talent. But what were some of your favorite memories just competing? I know it's always a fun week between the Hall of Fame experience and the little barbecue that they do for everybody. But what were some of your favorite moments from the Prairie View?
Actually, it's funny how you mentioned the Hall of Fame thing. There's a little thing if you walk far enough in the Hall of Fame, there's little bowling lanes. And I just remember all the teams on Sunday after we're done bowling, everybody would gather there and we will all bowl a little bit. And it was the funniest thing ever because obviously it's not like real bowling. So nobody could, I don't know, get any points, get any score. So it was funny. But I think ITRC was one of my favorite tournaments because they were the top teams there. So I think they gathered at least 6 teams out of 10 there would always be top 10 teams. Mm-hmm. So it was really, really fun to bowl against like better teams because it would make you more competitive. And then when I got to PWBA, it kind of calmed me down a little bit because I was like, oh, I have been to this bowling alley. I bowled with my team. I remember what happened there. Yeah, it's just always nice to go to the TRC because of the people there too. We bowled when Rod Ross was there. He always made sure that everything is smooth, everything is good. He was always there for all our competition days. So just nice. It's a small bowling alley, good people. You bowl against all the good teams, all the good players. It's a perfect tournament, basically.
It was always fun for us, and just as a note for the location of where that little bowling game is at down in the Hall of Fame, that's essentially right above where I sit. So when people are playing that game, I can hear it. So luckily, I wasn't sitting there over the course of that weekend because I would have been going crazy. But you can always tell when people are down there because all of a sudden you start to hear. And it's like it's a ball you can basically hold in your hand, and it's like probably to the arrows, in comparison to a real bowling lane. But you throw it, you try to hook it. It hooks in all different spots. It's weird. You can't control it. The topography on that lane is rough. So carries terrible too. But no, it's fun. I've attempted a few times down there myself, but yeah, that's like literally almost right above where I sit. So anytime anyone's in the Hall of Fame and playing on that, when we're in the office, we can hear that. So that's
I'm so sorry.
That's all right. So it's a good time to go like grab a cup of coffee or something like that. Take a quick little break. It's like, oh, I'm going to take a quick walk around, something like that. So it's all about finding those breaks throughout the course of the day anyway. So that's always key too. So, but Maria, we're here in game one. So the format here this week, you have the Baker on the first day, you have the traditional on the second day, and then the bracket breaker on the final day. Just for a player kind of going back and forth through that, and not necessarily talking about the 42-foot condition that they have out there today, but just looking at previous events. What's the kind of the difference the players are seeing today versus what they saw in the lanes yesterday with the Baker, as far as kind of how quick the transition happens or how it happens different? What were always kind of the differences from day one to day two, even though the pattern were the same, that you kind of noticed?
I think that a general thing at all tournaments, not even collegiate tournaments, that if you bowl on the pattern the first day for the first time, when you come back on the second day, people are probably going to be, they're going to know where they need to start. They're going to know what balls they probably need to be throwing. So I think that the transition is going to be quicker, definitely quicker, because most people will kind of go to the same zone. So you'll have to make decisions quicker, I think, because everybody will not be thrown like all over the place like the first day.
Mm-hmm.
They will kind of stay in the same area. I think that's the main thing, but I don't know what else. I feel like it depends from tournament to tournament what teams are there, but I think the transition happens quickly with each day they ball, because they kind of figure it out more.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's I'm sure a thing that the coaches learn from what worked and what didn't work in the previous day and make the adjustments from there. So that all kind of brings it together.
Yeah. So I feel like by the end of the day, they're probably going to be more left of where they were yesterday.
Gotcha. That'll be a good thing to be on the lookout for as we go through the block. All right, Maria, we're going to bring in an individual who probably handed you a trophy or two during your time at the Prairie View, Stephen Padilla, the tournament official, who also is the director of coaching here at USBC. So, Stephen, hello. It's good to see you.
Hey, Aaron. Hi, Maria.
Hi.
How you doing?
We're doing well. We got our second day underway here at the competition, and everybody's out there competing currently, and we're moving along with match one.
All right, Stephen. The tough question today. We started a little bit late with the Rio. Could you give us some more details about that?
Yeah, sure. So we do a lane inspection each morning, and the pattern that was put on the lanes was similar to what we had verified as the first day's competition pattern. Once the athletes in practice and the coaching staff were able to bowl on the pattern, they recognized that the shape of the ball motion and what was happening on the lanes wasn't even close. So without physically being able to visually see what was on the lanes until we had bowling balls go down it, we were under the impression the pattern was the same, but we had to pause at that point, recognize it wasn't the pattern that was originally put out on day one. We did the right thing. We reconditioned all the lanes. The team here at the bowling center, as well as the athletes and the coaching staff, were all very patient with us. It took us around 40 minutes to get them all done, but we re-verified everything. Everybody's back on the lanes in match one here with a delay, but we got it right, which is the important part.
All right, Stephen, we appreciate the update on that. I'm sure not the most fun decision to make, but as you said, the correct one to make, and just some more time for us to hang out on Bowl TV. That's all. So,
yeah, we appreciate Bowl TV's coverage of this great event. We've got a lot of great teams here, and we look forward to a smooth rest of the tournament, hopefully.
All right, Stephen, we'll let you get back to work there, but we appreciate the update, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, a quick update there from Stephen. Once again, a little bit of a delay to start today, but we'd rather have it be right than obviously have it the other way. So, Stephen, a big thanks to him for kind of explaining the delay to kick everything off. So, Maria, we'll keep you on for another couple minutes here before we let you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. But looking ahead to the rest of the PWBA Tour season, should we expect to see you at all events? Are you planning to hit the full tour, or potentially just a couple events? What's kind of your plan for the 2021 season?
I'm really trying to get the Rookie of the Year. I'll do my best. I'm gonna be at as many events as possible, as many events as I can make. So for now, I'm planning on doing full tour.
All right, excellent. We will certainly enjoy that opportunity. And but I know you're in Brooklyn right now, and you got a few things keeping you busy over there as well. Tell us a little bit more about that.
So after Vanderbilt, I decided to become a graduate assistant, and I'll be a graduate assistant for the school here in Brooklyn, New York. It's called St. Francis College Brooklyn. They bowl with us in NCAA, but I think that this year, well, this season at least, they're only going to bowl in the conference play. So they're not going to see Vanderbilt, Sam Houston, Arkansas State, McKendree. So I was really sad about it. I was hoping that we could go somewhere, see my old friends, my old teams, but unfortunately got to stay in the Northeast because of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. I gotcha. But I'm still sure fun to at least be part of the scene a little bit, even though obviously a little different, and especially out in the Northeast with everything going on out there. But yeah, well, we're we're happy that you're doing well, that things are going well for you out there, and school is going well, and it's and B, we were super excited to see you compete on the PWBA last week. I know after watching you just kick everybody's butt the past couple of years at the Prairie View A&M and winning national titles and Player of the Year and doing everything, I was certainly hoping to see your name pop up on the roster there, and when it did, I was like, yes, I get to see Maria bowl. So I was super happy about that, and I know for the fans out there as well, a great introduction to your skills in case they hadn't seen you before compete collegiately. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the rest of the season when we get to see you. But as we let you go, just for the folks who may want to follow your bowling journey, if you got some fan pages or athlete pages for them to follow, where could they find you?
So I have an athlete page on Facebook, and it's just my name, Maria Bulanova, and it just says athlete page. I think you can also find it through my main Facebook. My main Facebook name is just Maria Bulanova. My Instagram name is just Maria Bulanova. I'm not really creative, so it's just my name. So if you want to find me, you probably won't have a lot of trouble finding me.
There we go. That's the easiest, quickest way. So just use the name right to it. See, I have to put USBC in front of it because my name is, I have the last name Smith, so that's like every third person here is named Smith. So I'm not as fortunate with a cool name, but yeah. So folks, now you know where to find Maria at, and Maria, just a big thanks again for joining us and talking some collegiate bowling, some PWBA, and we look forward to seeing you on the lanes competing again soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you soon.
Bye.
All right, everybody. There she was, Maria Bulanova, new PWBA Tour rookie sensation and a former collegiate standout at Vanderbilt University, joining the show. So big thanks to Maria. We're going to have a couple other guests joining us here throughout the course of the day. Got another individual in the collegiate bowling scene in about 20 minutes or so going to be joining the show. So as we settle into game one here between Arkansas State, our top overall seed in pinfall, and Sam Houston State, we will quickly get a look at the lineups here, but we'll go full screen right here. So, folks, on Bowl TV, you kind of saw this yesterday. We kind of went back and forth here on this commentary channel, just talking about bowling, talking with people. It's a good time. Obviously, once again, you can follow all the teams in play by going to bowltv.com. But for the folks on Facebook, we got about half a game left to go before we will send everybody over to bowltv.com. Will be the only place to find the stream. But you can create a free login, watch all day with us, enjoy the Bowl TV community, have a good time. But we're going to go full screen right here until we get our next guest. Let's see if we can run down our lineups here in just a minute. All right, looks like 7 players here this week for Sam Houston State. Looks like the players in the starting lineup to kick things off: Haley Connolly, Saya Ismail, Elise Chambers, Denise Blake-Kenzie, and B. Hernandez. And currently available, not starting game number 1, they have Natasha Raffi and Danielle McBride. So that is the lineup available today to Coach Brad Hagan and the Bearcats. The 8 players suiting up for Arkansas State: Coach Justin Kostick. We have Faith Welch, Montana Meyer, Sarah Sains, Emma Stull, Taylor Davis, Avery Brown, Brooklyn Boudreau, and Sheila Sutphin. It's again looking at standings from day number 1, which included 5-game Baker sets, so 25 Baker games total. Arkansas State went 3-2. Started off slow, 931 and 904, but caught fire toward the end of the block. 1,059, 1,020, and 1,058 to get to 49-72 to build a pretty sizable lead, nearly 150 pins over Sam Houston State. For the Bearcats, they went 2-3. Their games 956, 986, 857, 961. A big finish for them to jump into second, 1,069 in that final game, which was the second largest total of the day. Louisiana Tech, the team with the best overall record heading into competition today. They were 4-1 in third place with 48-17. So kind of that second, third, and fourth spot all pretty close here. Just 23 pins separating them, as McKendree with a 2-3 record was at 48.06. So 42.29, 48.17, and 48.06, second, third, and fourth. But still an opportunity for a big game to potentially make a run at Arkansas State for the top spot. Tulane at 3-2. They were at 47.40. Prairie View A&M, our host this week, also 3-2 at 46.92. Nebraska, tough day in the win-loss column, just 1-4 in 7th place overall with pinfall, 46.78. Stephen F. Austin, 3-2. They were at 46.64. Youngstown State, 3-2, 46.35. And Texas Southern, 1-4. They were at 41.33. Taking a look at some of the comments in the Bull TV chat. To Gwen, if you have a subscription, do you still pay to watch the finals tomorrow? If you have an annual or monthly subscription, you are good to go. But for instance, if you bought a subscription for the PWBA event earlier in the week only, you would need to pick up a new pass to watch tomorrow. But if you have an annual or monthly, you are good to go. Taking a look at this Sam Houston State team, the 2014 NCAA national champion. As I mentioned, coached by Brad Hagan. Also has a graduate assistant this season, past player, Lynn Fischler. It looks like Coach Hagan starting his 10th season for the Bearcats. And has made the NCAA final tournament in all but one of the seasons. So that's certainly an impressive streak for the Bearcats. Once again, working with a pretty small roster, but when you look at where the players are coming from, he's not afraid to recruit internationally. So players from Singapore, the Philippines, Netherlands as well. So it shows the power of collegiate bowling across is not only across the country but internationally as well for some of these schools. So just two seniors on the squad for Sam Houston State, Haley Connolly and Saya Ismail. Denise Blackenzie, a freshman as well. So I believe she actually went out and a season a little bit earlier in the event. Her first collegiate event was the tournament MVP. Taking a look at her collegiate page bio, was one of the most decorated youth national players to come out of the Netherlands. Had been a member of the youth national team since 2015 and a member of the adult team since 2017, a three-time Dutch youth national champion and a three-time Dutch Bowler of the Year recipient. So there you go. Became the 9th international bowler to join the Bearcat bowling program over its 9-season history. So that's some pretty cool stats right there. Taking a look at the Arkansas State lineup. Red Wolves always put together a strong team, coached by Justin Kostick. For the players they had this week, Brooklyn Boudreau, a freshman from Washington. Avery Brown, a junior from Ohio, out there this week. Emma Stull, a sophomore from Raleigh, North Carolina. Sarah Sains, a sophomore from Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Hope I said that right. Sheila Sutphin, a junior from Naperville, Illinois. Taylor Davis, a player with some Junior Team USA experience from Davison, Michigan. She is potentially the lone senior on the team. Appears so. Faith Welch from Savannah, Tennessee, a sophomore who's also a member of Junior Team USA. And Montana Meyer, a junior from Imperial, Missouri. We are in frame number 7, so hitting the back half of game number 1. We're going to settle back for just a quick second here. Enjoy the sounds of pin crashing and the sounds of college bowling right here on Bull TV for the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational. All right, everybody, we are wrapping up game number 1, getting toward the end. Our featured matchup currently have our top 2 teams in the standings, Arkansas State and Sam Houston State. But we're going to use this opportunity to bring in another member of the collegiate bowling community who is a little bit more than just a member of the community. She's enjoyed a ton of success as a collegiate player, spent time representing the United States as junior Team USA, and now a part of one of the most storied traditions in college bowling. We're excited to welcome in Holly Harris from Wichita State to the show. So Holly, hello.
Hi, Aaron.
It's great to see you. It's been too long since we've seen each other at an event. So first off, how you doing? How you been? And how's everything for you guys been getting ready for the season?
Yeah, I'm good. Pretty boring, really. I mean, there's not a whole lot to do with everything going on, but we're good. Our players actually don't come back until Monday, so we've only got a few days before the first event, but we've been keeping in contact with them over the break, and we got to work together with them before they left for the break, so it's been nice to keep up that kind of work going on, and we're just excited to compete. It's been almost a full year, and so it's exciting to coach bowling again. I feel like I haven't done that in forever.
And of course, the Mid-State Championships, that event coming up next week, kind of a co-effort to host between Wichita State and Newman University, both there in Wichita at the always great North Rock Lanes. And we'll be there for Bowl TV as well. So we're looking forward to being back at that event. But for the folks out there, we talk so much about coaching and, running a team and preparing for events and kind of managing players. But how tough is it to put together an event as well?
With COVID rules, it's extremely tough. It doesn't feel like there's really a right answer. I'm lucky that Coach Billy Murphy over at Newman, him and I talk just about every morning. My phone rings around 9 or 9:30. with, hey, let's get this together. Let's get this together. So he's done it for a really long time. So between the two of us, we just keep each other on our toes. But this year it's definitely tougher than normal. Usually a month before the event, you have a pretty good idea of what teams are going to show up. And we're we're a week away. And I'm not entirely sold that we have a definitive, this is how many teams are coming. And that's okay. That's just kind of the nature of the game that we're in. But it is exciting to be working this hard to put something together, because it just means we can compete again. And that's really what we're here for every day, is just to give the players an opportunity to compete. So the hard work is definitely worth it. But I think we're doing a pretty good job, and I think we're ready for it.
All right, we'll be looking forward to making our way over there and bringing the action throughout the course of the event. That was a fun event last year, and I know one of the changes this year was just having everything at North Rock. It was split between two houses for the men's and the women's division last season. So just a big thank you to you and Coach Billy as well, just for all the hard work and effort to give these collegiate athletes an opportunity to get out there and compete.
Yeah, thanks to you guys for coming out. I'm excited to see you. It's been probably about a year since I've seen you. I think the Hoosier was the last time, so I'm excited to see you, and we're just excited to have you guys out there. It was fun to have you guys with us last year, and we look forward to helping spread collegiate bowling again this year.
I'm not going to lie, Holly, that Wichita and the time I've spent there, from going back to the 2018 U.S. Open to the Women's Championships, Queens, Mid-States, and kind of all the events, like I've kind of adopted Wichita as like a second hometown for me. So I always feel very home in Wichita. I don't know if that's just what happens when people go to Wichita. You feel like you're at home, but I've always loved the Wichita community and just how it feels. And it's like, it's small, but it's big, and it's got a little bit of everything. So shout out to Wichita just in general for being top notch in my book.
Yeah, it sucks you in, there's a handful of us that come to Wichita State, and I suppose you can call us transplants because we stay. And it is a really special place. And Chad Murphy all the time says it's paradise. And while we all giggle, I kind of agree with him a little bit. It's a nice place to be.
And that, as you mentioned, something you've continued to stay there after competing for the Shockers. You elected to stick around and have eventually worked your way into the coaching staff as well. So, talk a little bit about that journey from the competitive side to kind of finishing up your time competing on the lanes, to still wanting to be a part of it, wanting to coach, wanting to kind of take the next steps to still be involved, but see it in a different way.
Yeah, so when I was at Wichita State, I was an education major. I thought I wanted to teach high school math. I got into a classroom kind of my junior year and was like, I don't want to do this. And then kind of what I felt like was a midlife crisis, like, what am I supposed to do with the rest of my life? That same summer, Coach Vatican asked me if I wanted to start kind of working in the office as just an assistant. I did a lot of the stats work and kind of the numbers thing because math was my thing. Sometime in the middle of my senior year, they asked me if I would be interested in taking my part-time student position into full-time, kind of taking over marketing, development, and operations coordinator. So I jumped on that because I, at the time, had no idea what I wanted to do with my life. So finished school, started doing that with the intention that I did not want to coach. I didn't think that was what I wanted to do at all. Then kind of spending some time with the teams during practice and stuff, Coach Lewis asked me if I wanted to assistant coach with him at nationals for a few years. And then it just kind of kept snowballing. I finished my master's in sport management while I was full-time as the marketing coordinator. And then Coach V brought up that R word. And what were we going to do? What was Wichita State Shocker Bowling going to look like after he retired? He did not want to retire without a really solid plan of the program still working to be better and kind of carrying on the legacy that really he started. So we're lucky that the director of the Radigan Student Center, the Radigan Student Center kind of houses Shocker Bowling, he bought into the plan. Coach Vatican asked me if I'd be interested in coaching the women, and I had enjoyed my time being an assistant coach, so I jumped on that pretty quick. We got to bring in Coach Rick Steele-Smith, who has been so much fun to work with and really to learn from. I mean, he's got some of the best eyes in the game, and it's fun to listen to his stories as a player, but also learn from him as a coach. I mean, he's pretty incredible. And then we've got Mark Lewis as our director, so he kind of runs the band for us. So it was a pretty interesting kind of series of events where every time I was like, no, I don't want to do that. No, I don't want to do that. But I'm thankful that at some point I changed my mind, because this is great. And I'm having a blast learning and being a part of these young adults' lives. I mean, we influence them and we get to be around them in such a time of change for them in their life that it's fun to watch them come in as little freshmen and leave as young adults.
I'm sure that's got to be fun too, as the new student athletes come in and you know, they do something or they say something and you're like, yeah, I remember doing that. You're not going to want to do that anymore.
There's so many conversations I have with Coach Lewis. Yeah, there's so many conversations I have with Coach Lewis, and I'm like, I never did that as a freshman, right? Like, I never said that, or I was never that silly. And he just tells me, yeah, you can keep thinking that, but you were.
We had Coach Lewis on yesterday for a little bit to help kick off the coverage, and we had another former Shocker on, Alicia Current, who's now coaching over at Delaware State. She told me that I should call him L Dog from now on. So
you should.
Coach L Dog is now the standard motto for Hall of Famer Mark Lewis. So
yeah.
But, you know, kind of looking at the team this year, and we talked to him a little bit about some of the things the school was doing in preparation for, you know, coming back and ways to keep the athletes engaged, even though, you know, they're not necessarily at campus or can practice kind of the way everyone's used to practicing. But, you know, what's, you know, for you and kind of everything you've experienced, what's been some of the toughest things in being a coach kind of over the past, you know, 9 months or so, 10 months, and just trying to keep the team ready to go for essentially this weekend coming up?
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think the toughest thing was that van ride. We were in Oklahoma City on the way to sectionals, and to get that email, and the van quickly shifted. You know, we've got a pretty loose group of funny young women, so we're singing and dancing in the vans, and then it changed pretty quickly, and it was hard because, I mean, I was devastated, and then trying to kind of process it for me, but also knowing I need to be there for them. That was really challenging. And then after that, we spend a lot of time saying, you know, just focus on what you can control what you can control. And in a time where we didn't have control over a lot of things. And the unknown is the hardest thing, I think, to navigate. You know, getting to this weekend, we didn't know if we were going to have a season. It was postponed. It was slated to start January 1st. There were a few events that happened the first few weeks of January, but I think we were all pretty on our toes with, is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? And trying to keep the girls and the guys, kind of the entire program, just focus on what we can control. We can control how hard we're working, what we're doing to get ready, because if there is going to be a season, let's be ready for it. Let's make sure that we didn't take any time off. And so just that little voice in their head, I think that says, well, this might not happen, or it might happen and it might get taken away again. Trying to find ways to allow those feelings to be there, because you can't just push them away and say, don't think that. You know, don't think of a pink elephant. What do you do for the next 10 minutes? You think of a pink elephant. Mm-hmm. So trying to allow them to feel that, but also focus on right now. And right now we have a tournament coming up. Right now we can get ready. Right now we can practice. We can get to know our teammates better, things like that. So that's definitely been the hardest thing, is keeping them in the here and now and keeping myself in the here and now. It's been a challenge the whole time. So my reservoir of patience has definitely gotten a little bit bigger over the past 9 months. But it's been tough, but I'm excited to maybe be over that hump here soon.
Yes, I think we're all in position for that, and ready for those opportunities to get to some normalcy within the bowling aspect of it all. When we kind of talk about just the student athlete experience, I know that's a big selling point of being part of the Wichita State program. Obviously, the success of the school speaks for itself on the bowling side, with the 20 national championships combined between the men's and the women's team. But it's obviously much more than that, and part of the reason I'm sure you wanted to stay around and experience it. So for folks who haven't been there, haven't been to the campus, haven't walked around, had the opportunity to kind of work with Coach Lewis or Coach Vatican and kind of get that sales pitch, if you will. Talk a little bit about what it's like to, especially, not thinking about kind of the current pandemic situation and limits with that, but what's kind of the student athlete experience like at Wichita State for these college bowlers who make their way to campus?
Yeah. On campus, we're not unknown. We're not the basketball team, but, people know we exist, and you walk downstairs. We have an on-campus center. We have 8 lanes on campus. So in the Shocker Sports Grill and lanes, you walk down the stairs and the first thing you see is our huge showcase with a handful of those national championship trophies in it. So they're definitely known within the community of Wichita. I think that's what makes really the Shocker bowling program the coolest is the Wichita bowling community. There's a bigger league on Tuesday nights that has probably half the league is Wichita State current or former players. And just knowing that you shared that experience, that similar experience, really brings you pretty close together, whether you're a freshman or someone who bowled on the 2003 national championship team. And that's what's so special. And really, it's hard to describe. The bowling community here is just so unique. I mean, Frankie, Packy, and AJ are on the Players Championship show tomorrow. And Frankie and Packy have been practicing down at the rec for months. So it's not weird to walk down and see that. And I think that's what makes it so special, is we're surrounded by great bowlers all the time. So it pushes you. You don't have to wait for a TV show to kind of get that extra nudge or that extra push to want to be better. It's in front of your face every day. When Dasha Kovalova was still living in Wichita, she was practicing at the Shocker Lanes. I mean, that's where their home center is at school. So they can work with Coach Lewis or Coach Steele-Smith anytime they need to. So that push is there, and I think that's what makes just kind of the experience here pretty unique. There's not many places where you can go and have that at your fingertips every day of the week.
I would have to agree. That's got to be pretty cool, just to walk into the rec center ready for a couple games. Trying to get loose, get ready for the next tournament, and all of a sudden, oh, hi Francois, what are you doing here? That's gotta be that's gotta be pretty awesome.
Yeah, and they're really great too about, when the players have a question or anything like that. I mean, Packy is not shy at all. He's jumping right in there. So they interact with the players too. It's not like, oh my gosh, Francois here, don't talk to him, let him do his thing. It's so normal that it's kind of like, oh, Frankie's here, like whatever, and then they'll come talk to the players. They've come into practice before and bowled some games during practice, just to bring a little bit more competition in there, or offer some advice or some words of wisdom before we go to an event. So we're lucky to have their support too with the players and their development.
That's very awesome. And I think that's something, just seeing kind of throughout, just following on social media throughout the course of all the players who have essentially moved on to the professional ranks after spending time in Wichita State is that that almost seems to be a continued community within that, and folks cheering for the next group of Shockers out there to continue the legacy. I think the legacy, obviously, it's potentially tough for those incoming students to, like, wow, I have to, I see what Chris Barnes has done with his career, or, as you mentioned, Dasha with her recent run of success on the PWBA tour. But I think it's awesome that the support is continually there as well. It's not, all right, we were the best ones yet. It's a continued appreciation and love of the program that really sticks out to me, and all these great athletes wanting to see the school and the team continue to find the success is pretty awesome.
Yeah, we had a reunion in 2016, I think, when ITCs were in Wichita. And that was one of the coolest things I'd ever been a part of. I had planned most of it, so by the time it rolled around, I was kind of just like ready for it to be over, because it was a lot of work, and that was a stressful week. And the girls got all the way to the TV show and didn't come home with the trophy, so it was just kind of like, all right, let's just get this over with. But being in that room with everybody and meeting a lot of those alums for the first time was so special, because everybody's carrying on kind of the legacy of Shocker bowling in their own way, not necessarily just on the lanes, but off the lanes too. And to meet people and feel like I've known them for 15 years, because we shared a 4-year experience that we didn't even share the same experience, but an experience. And so we were supposed to have the next one in 2020. Obviously that got canceled. We just canceled the 2021 reschedule. And a lot of people are like, hey, when's that reunion? Hey, when's that reunion? So whatever we've got going on here, it makes a big impact to people on the professional level for sure, but just kind of in general. And they want to come back. The support that they have for each other on tour is really cool. I bowled the Lucy with my boyfriend, Devin Bidwell, who also went to Wichita State. And we got to Sunday, and I can't remember who we were bowling with, but we were in a black and yellow shirt. And whoever we were bowling with was like, is it like a requirement that when you graduate from Wichita State, you wear black and yellow on Sunday? And you just kind of look down, and everybody was in black and yellow. I think Sean wears black and yellow on TV every time, kind of like Tiger's red on Sunday. It's just Shocker yellow on Sunday. And I think that's always cool to see. Chris Prather wears yellow sometimes. I remember one time he wore red, and I was like, well, you didn't win because you weren't wearing yellow, so that's on you.
This is a true excellent point that we'll make to Chris next time we see him. So we're wrapping up game number 1 here. So Sam Houston State is going to take the victory over Arkansas State. Looks like they got one more shot to go. It's going to be right around 1,000 for SHSU. 874 looks to be the final tally for Arkansas State. So the Bearcats making up some of that distance in total pinfall. They were led by Denise Blakenzie, who had 244 that game. But Holly, we have to say goodbye to our Facebook feed right now. So we're hoping you can stick around for a little bit and chat for a couple more minutes.
Yeah, I can.
All right, perfect. So folks, Holly Harris will be back to talk a little more about college bowling once we transition into game number 2. But folks, as a reminder, on our Facebook, on the Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page, we're going to be shutting the stream down now. Head over to bowltv.com. You just have to create a login to watch the rest of the games going on today. We have a 5-game block, so 4 more left to go. So check out the action over there. It's a cool Bowl TV community. So we certainly appreciate you, or would appreciate you to go over there, join, check it out. You don't have to sign up for anything other than the login today. But for the event final on Sunday, we do have the subscription necessary. So that's kind of what we're looking ahead to for this weekend. So folks, if you're on bowltv.com, we appreciate it. You're already at the place to be. We'll be right back for game 2. If you're on Facebook, hopefully we see you over on bowltv.com. But for right now, Holly and I are going to step away, and we'll be right back for the excitement of game 2 in just a moment from the Prairie View A&M Invitational here on Bowl TV. All right, everybody. Still game one going on over here, but we are waiting for this match to finish up before everyone can move over to game two. So final few shots between Youngstown State and Texas Southern, wrapping up on 51 and 52. We're going to bring in our guest, a great bowler and now the head women's bowling coach at Wichita State University, Holly Harris. So hello again, Holly.
Hi, Aaron.
We were, let's take a quick look at the scoreboard, and Youngstown State in great position to take this win here. They're going to get the victory, nice 248 along the way. So they're going to be just a little shy of 1,000 here. So Texas Southern will take the loss. Youngstown State will collect another victory. But before we took our break at the end of game one on our original featured pair, you were talking about this the Shaka reunion party in 2016, and I was aware of this because I crashed that party. So
Did you?
Yes.
I didn't even know you came. I'm glad you did. It was a good time.
It was actually I just wrote on the Emil Williams Jr.'s coattails, so he actually got an invite, and I was hanging out with him that week, calling the ITC. So ironically enough, the place where it was held at was actually in the parking lot of the hotel we were staying at, of all places to stay. That was nowhere close to North Rock. We ended up getting booked there somehow. So we literally could just park our car after getting back and like, oh, okay, everyone's hanging out over here. But yeah, it was certainly cool. I talked to a few folks who I had never met before, and yeah, it was a fun experience in general. Just kind of seeing all the all the different, just the range of past Shockers hanging out, having a good time, reminiscing, hearing stories. It was a very cool thing. So hopefully, as you said, the 2021 obviously had some circumstances come up, but hopefully something in the future that can happen pretty regularly.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, the plan was kind of for every 4 years. That reunion was cool. Mark Bufa and Carolyn Lagrange flew in from Canada, and Tamam, oh man, his last name is escaping me. He's from Saudi Arabia, and he was ready to bring his whole family over here. So he was planning for the 2020 reunion. So he heard great things about it too, and he didn't want to miss on the next one. So I'm confident we'll have it again, and I'm sure it'll be even better than the first one. But it was so cool. After a long week, I was thinking I'd be ready for bed at 10 o'clock, and I don't think I know I didn't go to bed at 10 o'clock. And it was so fun. I can't wait for the next one.
It's very awesome. And, it's, we talk about the history of Wichita State and just the success and the individuals who have come from the program. That's going to be, when you bring in a new class of freshmen, I'm sure that's a big talk of kind of those first few meetings when you're, probably it starts probably with the recruiting, and then it once someone signs or you guys bring someone on, they make the team, is that, those are probably the conversations you have to have about, what it means to be part of this program. It's, college is a fun time for a lot of folks, but it's not necessarily, if you're out there representing Shocker Bowling, you're basically living by some certain standards, some guidelines, because of all the success and all the and just all the folks who have come from the community. It's probably a little intimidating for some of those younger players to kind of find the right way to mesh into that, to kind of understand, what this program is all about.
Yeah, it's pretty. Scary isn't the right word, but trying to think back to my freshman year, and just, one of the first things that Coach Vatican said was, you're no longer representing yourself, you're representing 50 years of greatness. And that hits pretty hard. And knowing that anytime you go out to bowl league in Wichita, I'm not Holly anymore, it's those Wichita State kids. So anything I do is those Wichita State kids, and anything my teammates do is those Wichita State kids. So kind of knowing that we're all grouped in together. There's a lot of eyes on you all the time. And sometimes that's not so awesome. But I think they get a pretty good idea that they're held to a little higher standard, and that's okay.
I have to admit that 50 years of history is a little scary. Maybe just a tad, but no, that's a fantastic way to reference it, and I'm not surprised that Coach V would put it like that, because that's the honest truth when you look at the success of the Shocker program, is that it goes back that far. When you look at some of the first teams that won, obviously the ITCs essentially started in 1975, and Wichita's basically been winning titles since I believe the first one on the women's side was in the late 70s. So they kind of started from there.
The very first one, 1975.
See, even better there. So they started right at the beginning, and it's been a powerhouse ever since. So I think that's a perfect way to sum it up. And I found it interesting because at first I didn't know what you were talking about. Going a little bit earlier into our conversation, you mentioned the R word when you talked about Coach V, eventually looking to retire from the program. And folks, right now we are moving to game 2, so players will be making their way to their next pair and starting up in just a couple minutes for game 2. But what was that like in the community? You mentioned that there's a certain feel about being part of the Wichita State program. I just know how beloved he was in the community itself. What was it like? Kind of, and I'm sure you probably knew it before the announcement was coming out, but when he finally said, "Okay, this is going to be it for me. What was the feeling kind of like in the Wichita community when Coach Vadigan finally was stepping away for good?
It was different than what I thought. I thought it was going to be really sad and people were going to be really upset and there was going to be a lot of tears, but it was just kind of a straight celebration for a few days of just, at the end of, when we announced his retirement, I did know for quite some time, and talk about a hefty secret to keep. But when we announced it, we told the players at like 11:30 in the morning. And then we put out a press release right after that. And at the end of the press release, it had a list of all of his accomplishments. And that was astounding to look at just what that man had done and what he had put together was crazy. And so it was just really a celebration of I think those numbers really stood out to some people, and it was like, wow, how cool and how exciting for Coach V that now he gets to enjoy time with his family. He had 2 new grandkids that he was going to get to spoil rotten. And so it was a celebration for them. And then it kind of turned into a celebration for what's to come. Pretty intimidating to follow him with kind of our new coaching unit, but we knew that we had some great foundation, and we had incredible support from the community and from all the alums. My phone and email were blowing up for quite some time. Just good luck. We're so excited for you. We know we know you're going to be great. So stuff like that. So it was just a big party for a few days of just celebrations and good luck and things like that. His last day in the office was quite the opposite. There were a lot of tears from everybody because it's just, we knew it was going to be different. We were excited for the change. And if you know Coach V, he doesn't dwell on the past ever. So when he left and there were tears, he's like, I don't know why you guys are crying. It's going to be fine. Like, you guys are going to be great. So that was sad, but kind of the entire time leading up to that was just a lot of celebration and a lot of reminiscing. Many old photos resurfaced, and that was fun to kind of get to be a part of and look through. And he got to hear from a lot of alums who, we think about each other a lot. I don't think we reach out just in general as much as we probably should. So he got to hear from a lot of people, and I know that really touched him. And he got to maybe have a better grasp on how many lives he truly did touch. So that was really cool for him. We had planned in the 2020 reunion that was his retirement party. He was pretty insistent when he retired that he didn't want a party. He didn't want a celebration or anything like that. But I love parties. I love celebrating people. So I was like, well, you're going to have one. So we're still waiting to celebrate him, but we're certainly going to celebrate him when the time is right for all of us to be together and celebrate together, because that's what he would want.
Absolutely. That's going to be pretty incredible. And if you guys ever need any more pictures, I'm sure we have a few over here at the campus of Coach V from his Hall of Fame profile. But yeah, I always appreciated it. We've had varying amounts of coverage here on Bowl TV for collegiate kind of as the schedule has progressed. Obviously last season was a pretty big one for us as far as kind of the regular season events, but we would cover a few events every year. And for kind of when I started covering more of the collegiate events, I was always I was always humbled by the fact that he would always come and Coach L as well would always come and find who was ever working the event just to say thanks. It was a small something that certainly didn't need to be done, but he would always go out of his way to come find us, say thank you, appreciate everything. And that always meant a lot to me from Coach V, was because, I looked up to the guy. I was just so impressed. I loved everything about Wichita State. It was just such an impressive bowling community and seemed so cool to be a part of. And to have this guy, this legend, just come up and it's like, I don't think he really knows who I am. I'm just a guy with a headset on, just here in the corner, trying to call bowling action. Come over, say hi, check in. Thank you. I was always very appreciative of that, and he was always so kind in those moments to just check in, say hello. So that was super cool of Coach V as well.
Yeah, he's awesome. I was nervous when he retired that I wouldn't get to continue talking to him. It's weird because he's my friend, and I think that's been a kind of a weird transition from when he was Coach V, and I didn't want to disappoint him. And don't get me wrong, I don't want to disappoint him now either. But when you go from being on the team and he's like, okay, don't make Coach V mad. Calls from Coach V, bad. Don't want those. To working in the office, and then he's kind of that fatherly figure, but really just my friend. And so I was nervous when he retired that I was going to lose my friend, and I haven't. We talk 3 or 4 times a week, and I'm so thankful for that because he is, like you said, he's always so sincere. And just hearing from him and when he says thank you or when he tells you he's proud of you, that's really from inside of him. It's not just words. He feels that. So it's pretty awesome. And he's always done a great job. And they kind of instill that in us a little bit as players. When you walk by the tournament director, thank the tournament director, thank anybody who's helping put the event together, because without them, we don't have events to compete in. So we are thankful when you guys can come live stream it and cover for us, because it's cool to spread collegiate bowling, because it is the coolest. I think it's the coolest sector of bowling.
I can't argue with that. It's being on the PWBA tour is pretty cool too. But college bowling, just a different atmosphere, a different feeling. But it's such a cool community. I love everything about it. It's always fun. It makes for some long days. I'm not going to lie, but it's worth it in the end to see these young athletes have this platform. To see the excitement of team competition is always great, especially in the Baker format. But it's such a great window into what's next in the sport. Just thinking of players I've seen, even when we were covering just the Hoosier Classic, some of those years before getting to the ITC, getting to see a young AJ Johnson compete for McHenry, or being familiar with a Dasha Kovalova prior to her shooting 300 on TV and winning the Queens, having already seen these players, become familiar with them and seeing their skill levels to where you're just like, okay, they're going to probably be great pretty soon down the road. And I already know this, so that's great. So I'll have that when that moment comes. So it kind of comes full circle as well. And looking ahead to those moments, seeing players like Verity Crawley, Daria Payuk as well at Weber International, even though, they weren't necessarily, that there were still some players who were probably, in the more premier positions at the time of the team lineup bowling in the anchor spot. But just seeing their talent and being like, holy cow, they're going to be good. And then to see them have the success on the tour, it's been so cool. And college bowling has given us all that, the chance to see the next generation and what they're going to become very, very shortly.
Yeah, looking at the list just last week with the PWBA Kickoff Classic, of those 30, over half of them came from college before, and it's fun as a coach to kind of be able to watch. I'm thankful to you guys that we can watch, to watch them, kick our butts sometimes and not like it very much at the time, but be able to watch them cheer for them later is pretty cool.
Absolutely. Holly, we're just going to say, I think I kept you on a little bit longer than we originally planned, but I'll let you go and enjoy the rest of your Saturday here after one more question. We talked a lot about the coaching aspect, but, you were a great player as well. So I'm going to ask you, what was your favorite event to compete at when you were competing for Wichita State? And you can't pick the home event. You have to pick one of the other events. So what was your favorite tournament to go to compete at, have a good time, all that? The best stories?
Regular season is definitely the Hoosier for two reasons. A, it's always so hard. Nick Hoagland does an amazing job at making you feel like 6 games was 104 because those patterns are tough. And it was fun now being removed, it was fun to compete and try and figure those out. But also just the way that tournament is formatted, we didn't start until really late on Saturday. So we had all day Saturday to do nothing but hang out with each other. So there's a handful of stories and pictures and memories from those few hours on Saturday that's really what college bowling is all about. Coach Lewis and I were just talking about that. I can maybe remember 2 or 3 shots I actually threw. But I can tell you a ton of stories from van rides and bus trips and those times in the hotels and stuff. So I would say the Hoosiers, probably the most memorable regular season event. And then there's nothing like competing for a national title. Those shots that at the end of a game 7 with a really good team, no matter how they went, that's what you train for. You train to be in those moments. Sometimes they went our way and sometimes they didn't go our way. But the Hoosier for the regular season event and ITCs for the postseason thing.
Excellent. Yeah, the Hoosier is something else, and I always like the end of the block for the women's block, since they have typically always bowled, as you mentioned, the I guess late afternoon to late evening block at the Hoosier.
Early morning.
Early morning sometimes. So by the end of that block, I'm pretty delirious from just being there the entire day. But it's always fun to yes. I know Nick has caused, I'm sure, several nightmares for many collegiate athletes over the years trying to figure out those patterns. So we thank him for that. But Holly, thank you so much for joining us here on Bowl TV for a look at the Prairie View A&M Invitational and just catching up and celebrating the return of college bowling here in 2021. We look forward to making our way to Wichita next week, and we will see you soon. And once again, just thank you and best of luck throughout the course of the season.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for doing this. It's awesome to watch some teams that I don't get to see very often. So thanks for doing that, and we will see you next weekend. I'm excited to see you in real life.
All right, let's go. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. So, Holly, thanks again, and we'll see you then.
We'll see you later.
All right, everybody. Holly Harris joining us as we start game number 2, McKendree taking on Louisiana Tech. Once again, these teams are facing the same teams they faced in the position round in a crazy occurrence of having all the teams essentially we started today with the position round just to get the 5 games in. So with the way the teams placed, somehow magically aligned with where everyone was in match 7. So match 7, match 2 overall of the day. So these teams are very familiar now with their opponents because they bowled them 2 times in a row. So second matchup between Louisiana Tech and McKendree on our 42-foot pattern. So we're going to see that start to unfold here, but we got a few more guests coming up here, potentially within the next 10 minutes or so. So I'm going to go ahead, take a quick break early on here in game 2. As soon as we get some results and more, we'll let you know as well. But sit back and enjoy McKendree, Louisiana Tech here on lanes 51 and 52 on our main commentary channel. But of course, once again, you can follow any school you want in the field. If you're watching on a desktop or a laptop, go below the video. You'll see the PV, A&M, and lane numbers. You can scroll through those. Each of those pages also has the lane schedule for the day, so you can see when your favorite team is going to be hitting those pairs. And then if you're on mobile, top right-hand corner, the 4-box window pane will allow you to do the same thing, see all the channels. You can pick and choose from there. So, folks, enjoy as we settle in. Game 2 of the day, match 7 overall of the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational.
Did it have more back?
This is more smoother.
All right, bowling fans, we are in match 7, game 2 overall of the day at the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational. And we got another special guest to join us here. I'm very excited to once again be chatting with this young lady. Looks like she's got some big news coming out as well, so we'll talk about that. But let's see, collegiate standout at Nebraska, junior Team USA, PWBA regional champion, and just one of the greatest ambassadors for the sport of bowling. Let's bring her in. Gigi Mason joining us here on Bowl TV.
Yeah, what's up? Hi, Eric. Yeah.
It's great to see you once again. Always great to chat with you. How have you been? What's new?
Yeah, so I obviously, a lot of people are like, where are you at the tournament? Are you even bowling the tour this year? I know a lot of people are asking and wondering. But I just, the centers here were open and then they were closed and then they were open and closed. And, I just didn't really feel prepared and just ready, mentally, physically, all the above to just go out there and do the best that I can. But I'm just glad, you guys did an amazing job running the tournament and commentating. Like I told you, it was really fun to watch. It was really awesome. But I'm excited to be back in April. Congrats to the winners, Team Storm, like Bree, Julie. I know Sanoki's not Team Storm, but congrats to her too. But I'm just excited, to be here, talk to you today, spend some time with you. And then recently, like you said, what's new? I don't know if people know, but I recently posted earlier today that I'm gonna be on Ellen's Game of Games.
Let's go.
So that's super exciting, something to look forward to, and that's gonna be Monday, February 1st. 8 p.m. Eastern time on NBC. So y'all who are watching, make sure if you're not, going to be around, record it. But 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Central, NBC. Gigi will be on Ellen's Game of Games show.
All right. And we're going to switch over to Nebraska so you can watch the Cornhuskers here a little bit as we chat. But is it cool if we play the clip you posted just so we can get a quick run through what's going on there before we head over there?
For sure.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and bring that in, courtesy of Facebook. So we got this little teaser ad for Monday's show. So we're going to go ahead and start it up here, folks.
Monday.
I love you, Ellen. I love you, too. This is how I'm going to show my love.
What goes up?
Wait, I'm a...
And Gigi, you do not look happy there.
Oh, God. I think he got paused. Okay.
Well, then let's get you down.
It's Monday on NBC.
Oh, that's terrible.
So that's what we're looking at coming up here on Monday. How did this all come about? That was that's pretty awesome to be working with Ellen in all that. How did you get on the show?
Yeah, they just reached out to my management team, and I was just like, game show, like Ellen's cool. Her TV show and her game show's cool, but I never would have thought I'd be on like a game show. And everyone's been messaging me and stuff, and it's funny because Simo messaged me and he was just like, "You're the perfect person for a game show." So I'm very excited to watch it, with everyone and to just see how it all ends.
Well, we'll be looking forward to taking or tuning in on Monday for that. So that's going to be super fun. But we're back to college bowling.
We are.
It was a tough 2020, similar to excuse me for a quick second.
No worries.
I've been talking too much.
We appreciate it though.
Wow, that's never happened on air before.
No worries.
Hey, I want to. Hey, Gigi.
Oh, you popped in. What's up, Jason?
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, like, it almost was like you were at the Six Flags park next door, like while they were bowling the kickoff classic, doing that game show. I mean, because you're on a roller coaster and you're doing all this crazy stuff. So you just could have come to the kickoff classic and gotten the same experience.
Seriously, I hate roller coasters, man. I remember at Junior Team USA camp, they were like, "Oh, let's go to Six Flags," and I'm like, "I'll be the person to hold everyone's stuff, just you guys go." And then I got like pressured into going on a ride. It was the wooden one too. That's right on the.
Oh yeah.
I almost passed
That was
out,
scary.
so I almost passed out.
Like, I wonder if, because you look at that roller coaster closely and there's like nails coming out of it and wood is cracked, and you're like, did they do that on purpose just to scare you? Or
Exactly.
Is it actually that rickety?
I'm like, why is this even this? Why do we? I don't know. Like, why is this roller coaster even? People even allowed to like go on it? It was scary.
Well, it's nice to see you.
You too.
I hope to see you back out on tour in April.
In April, yes. I'm
Looking forward
excited.
to Monday, watching you go on the roller coaster.
Not me.
We'll
Oh,
talk to
man.
you soon.
All right. Thank you.
All right, JT saving me there as that was weird. That never happened before. On air. It just all of a sudden caught up to me. I'm like, oh, where'd it go?
Yep, I understand.
But
No.
the collegiate season is back, and some of our first time seeing you on the national stage was competing with Nebraska, of course, in 2015, winning the national championship.
Yeah.
And just a phenomenal career and time with Nebraska. What was it like to be a part of a national championship team? Kind of that experience, especially coming in as a freshman, working your way, kind of getting to know the other teammates, but just to have it all come together, and at the end of the season to play a vital role in helping make that happen.
Yeah, a lot of people, they see me and my story and things that I, have been blessed to do or be a part of. And, they see how jolly I am, like, which most of the time I am, probably unless I'm bowling bad. But yeah, it's not all, always all good. Like, I've had struggles, especially in college too. But I would say sophomore year when we won, it just felt like the easiest. Like, bowling in college, it just felt the easiest. And I think part of it had to do with we were all on the same page, whether people who played or people who didn't play as much, or maybe some not at all, or maybe some people who didn't travel. Like, we were just all on the same page, and our synergies were just so aligned that I feel like it just made the year easier, and it made our task easier, and everyone wanted to just complete the task at hand, was do well enough, get through the season, do well, and then really to win a national championship. Like, we didn't want to just compete for one, but we wanted to win it, and to be able to do that. And I believe that was Liz's last year too, if I'm not mistaken. So to be able to do that, her senior year, it was just really cool.
We had Julia on the show yesterday talking a little bit about that, and just the not only the skill level on that team, but the energy was out of the roof for that group.
Yeah,
it was fun to watch you compete on TV. Just the excitement from across the entire lineup, and then Liz at the back of the lineup is just making the big shots, getting crazy up there. So what was it kind of like just seeing her in those moments, knowing that she's probably going to throw the big shot that you need to win, but also to just see the energy that she brought to all those moments in helping that team reach its ultimate goal.
Yeah. Like you said, it was just the energy, because I think, Liz was anchor and I was leadoff. So it's just like, when she made the shot, she would just come back and just when she puts the finger up, like that's when like it's time to do your job. So she would just be like, yeah, come on, and you can just energy is transferable, and we just fed off of each other. So with her making the shots that she needed to, and then me going after, it just made me even more pumped up to be able to make sure I could just deliver and make the best shot that I could to my teammates, and hopefully that energy transferred down the rest of everyone else who was in the lineup. But yeah, that year was special in my opinion, because I didn't really know too much about bowling or bowling like way back then, but I don't mean to say way back then like older people, but like some time ago. But I feel like since I've been around or in college, I felt like that was like the best collegiate team to like. It just, I don't know, we were just all really great and it just felt so easy. But I feel like that was the best, one of the best college teams I've ever.
Hey, I'm fine with you saying that.
Yeah, it was just.
Say it louder for people in the back too.
Yeah, seriously, that's how I feel.
We want these conversations, these debates on Bowl TV. So best teams ever. But yeah, that was incredibly fun to watch. Of course, with some of the folks in the Nebraska connections, we've gotten a lot of different kind of looks into campus life and just the experience of being in Lincoln. But for this team moving forward, obviously a big change is the retirement of Bill Straub, who was the coach during your tenure. Paul Klempa took over, who was the longtime assistant, a past competitor for the Cornhuskers as well. So, looking at the future of the Cornhuskers, obviously Bill left it in very good hands with Paul. But what are some of the things that when you kind of look at the coaching styles from Bill to Paul, what are some of the differences that some of these players may experience now that Paul's kind of running the show?
Yeah, I mean, just from my experience, I just felt like, and it probably had to do with age, but I just feel like I call him Coach Klemps. So I just feel like Coach Klemps, he was just more, a little bit more laid back, or I don't want to say more understanding like Coach Strabo wasn't understanding, but I feel like because he was closer to our age compared to Coach Strabo, at least when I was there, that it just maybe we can relate a little bit more, or just it might be easier to talk to him because he's not as old as Coach Strabo. But I feel like that's something the girls now could use that to their advantage. But Coach Strabo, he was a great coach. I didn't agree with everything, when I was in the program or at the time. But, when you're out of the situation, you have time to reflect. I'm like, oh, now it's all making sense. But, I mean, he was I think the thing that they both have in common, too, just being in that program and culture, just the discipline, and fundamentals. And I feel like that's something that anyone and everyone can take away when you go in that program and come out of it. So, but I feel like that's just the biggest thing, being able to, it might be easier to talk to Coach Klemps than it might be to talk to Coach Strabo. So
I think that's probably an important part of the mix though. And, looking to kind of set up a coaching staff is having different perspectives, having different ways to talk to the athletes as well, to kind of have that, balance to if one of, and I think that works differently with players too, of what's the best way to coach this player. Some players like just to have the coaches say, okay, this is what we need to do next. Other players have to have a little you kind of got to work it a little bit differently, but ultimately it's the same message for the betterment of the team to eventually get there. So I think that's an important mix though, kind of looking forward. And now they have Paul and Shannon Pluhowski.
Yeah, Pluhowski.
Working it as well. So they continue to build a great support system there for the student athletes.
Yeah, I think too, like you said, communication is key for sure. And I think it's cool too that the girls have Pluhowski on there. someone who's won junior gold, she's done everything. And on tour, and just to be able to use her, just to learn from her and pick her brain, and just to have her as a coach. I think that's a cool experience. I mean, even the girls at McKendree, having Shannon O'Keefe, I think that's kind of cool. Just having someone who's doing it on the highest level, and then being able to have them as your coach, and then being able to talk to them and stuff like that. So, I mean, I think these girls are lucky, and it's just super cool to see.
Absolutely. And, that's kind of the cool part of, looking at a school that's had as much success as Nebraska has is kind of having that pipeline of players who have, gone through the program, have gone on to do things at different levels on the professional level now. And, having, and that was a pretty crazy thing when I was kind of looking through the, just the regular tour lineup of players we got. I'm like, man, there's a lot of people from Nebraska here. There, it seemed like every letter of the alphabet had at least one or two players from Nebraska, and it's like, wow, there is so many Cornhuskers out here competing. But that's going to be a cool camaraderie to have, especially now that it's something that can kind of bring everybody together too when they're out there performing well, making runs at national titles like they usually do.
Exactly. It's super cool being able to just, reminisce and share stories and talk about, remember with Coach Strabo, or it's just super cool.
We did have Coach Straub on yesterday, which was super awesome.
Really?
He hopped on for about half an hour or so.
Wow.
So we chatted, and he talked a lot about just the process and kind of developing his style. And I had to ask at the end. I had to ask him about the drill where you throw bowling balls to him.
Oh God.
And I asked him, I'm like, Coach, is there anyone who threw it the hardest at you? And he said it was probably Shannon who threw it the hardest at him. So, but he said there was only one accident along the way. So there was one that just was a little bit low that he had to kind of scoop up over the course of history. So so that was cool. But yeah, I wanted to share that about Shannon as well. That apparently she threw the hardest bowling ball ever at Coach Straub. So
wow, I never knew that. But yeah, that drill's scary, man. When he first told me to do it, I was like, you want me to do what? Like, are you sure you're gonna catch this? It's just so scary, because you want to do the drill correctly, but you don't want to hurt your coach. But then, when you're there and you're doing it more consistently, you just relax and you just do what you're supposed to do. But in the beginning, I'm like, I can't throw this at you. It was cool.
Now, Gigi, after you completed your time at Nebraska and finished up school, it's time to start looking at the PWBA tour. And 2019, a regional win, another one in 2020 before the regional tour shut down. Looking ahead to the 2021 season, you mentioned kind of limited ability to really start to get ready for the season at the Kickoff Classic. But what are some of the things you're really hoping to bring to the season once you get out there, hopefully in April?
Yeah, I'm just really excited to compete. Because there's not like much around here. So I haven't really been competing too much, well, if any, but just trying to still stay physically fit and mentally, and if there's any tournaments around, trying to do those when I can. But I'm just really excited to compete, to just bring the energy, I'm just excited just to go out there and really just have the opportunity to compete at, the highest level. And definitely looking forward to like a win or two just raining down on me. So, but yeah, I said too, I was on the, what do you call it? The storm, the morning bolt, Prairie and Blair. Yeah. And, I was like, I'm not necessarily like going to chase the titles. I'll let them chase me. You just don't want to think like too far ahead and, process goals and stuff like that. That's what I've been learning, just not going to go out there and be like, I'm going to win. Like, there's just steps. So.
Absolutely. And I like that. Not chasing titles. They'll chase me.
That's gonna be my motto.
That's gonna stick. I'm gonna wait to write that in a few press releases this
Okay.
year. Right? We're gonna make that happen.
Sounds good.
But you know the I think that process is important, and you know it's something we've seen folks take the steps in their games, and you know I think one of the you know, one of your teammates at Nebraska, Julia Bond, you know, having the regional success like you had, and then taking it to the Hall of Fame Classic, running the step ladder. I mean, A, that had to be exciting to watch, but B, I'm sure that was motivating as well to see Julia, you know, who you guys have worked together over so many years between Nebraska, Junior Team USA, now Team USA. To see her do that had to be a great motivator for you once you get back out there as well.
Yeah, for sure. And it was just super cool to see. I was just, you know, like Team Storm, they were both Lindsay and Julie, like, you know, whoever won, it's like Team Storm, we have a win. But just to see her, you know, do that and like make the shots, you know, it was just super cool to see. And like you said, it definitely is motivating too, you know, when you have someone who's been on your team, you know, doing something great. It's just like you want to do it too. So, I mean, I'm just super happy for her. You know, I know the time that she puts in, and like I said, you know, when my time, people ask me, they're like, when are you gonna win a title? And I'm like, when I win a title. So, you know, when it happens, it'll happen. But you know, I really just want to stay in my process and just do what I do and know that sometimes I have to be patient when I don't want to, but the hard work will pay off. And when it does, then, you know, everyone will know when I win a title would have been won, and they don't have to keep asking me, when will you win a title?
I like that. I like that.
So.
Now, in you know, the steps to move on from collegiate to PWBA, you know, for every player, there's a learning curve. So for the you know, the athletes who are out there right now competing at the Prairie View A&M Invitational, you know, what are the biggest things, you know, your kind of takeaway coming from collegiate into the professional ranks? What's the biggest thing for them to look out for in just trying to be as ready as possible to compete against the best in the world?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, like physical game, like everyone out there is, you know, like is so good, and you don't really have to work too much. Or I'm just gonna say, I don't think they or myself would have to work too much on the physical game, because you're just so good at what you do. Is just the reps and stuff. There might be minor tweaks here and there. Some things might get, you know, out of alignment and stuff, but it was more so mental. And that's what I really learned after my first year. And even now, you know, my ball reps are like, Gigi, your physical game is really good. Like, it's the mental. And, you know, there's times where I'm just working so much on my physical game where I don't spend enough time on my mental game. So I've been taking the time to do that. And, you know, I'm just hoping that it translates into something, you know, when we get started back up in April, to be honest. But I would say mental game and just being physically ready, not like your game, but like physically fit, I would say. Because I remember I graduated in 2017, and then everyone's like, oh, like, why aren't you on the tour yet? Because I didn't go on tour right after school. I didn't feel ready, to be honest, and I'm glad I didn't, because my confidence would have been like shot. It would have went down the drain. But I bowled a tournament, the tour stop in Connecticut, and I bowled it as an amateur though, and Kelly was on my pair, and you know, we bowl 8 games, then you take a break, 8 games, so 16 games in one day for qualifying. You come back and you bowl another 8 games, and it was probably game like 13, and I mentally tapped out, and physically, like, my legs were just sore, and I'm like, what? And Kelly's like, oh, I'm getting old, but, you know, my legs are feeling it little, and I'm like, but you're Kelly Kulik, it doesn't matter, you know. I'm like, but you're still Kelly Kulik, and you know, she was just talking to me like, you know, being out here is not for everyone, but I understood the mental grind and the just being physically fit. I mean, you can tell when someone's physically fair in shape and someone who's not. At least going out there on tour, you know, you're bowling a lot of games in a short period of time. So I would say those are like 2 important, I would say, factors to, you know, make sure that you have, I guess, under control, or, you know, you're just working on to make things a little bit easier. But but yeah, after that, I was like, okay, well, my physical game was already not the greatest, so I was working on some things. But between that, mentally, I tapped out game 13, and we have 3 more left for qualifying. I didn't make qualifying. I did not make top 32, but yeah, I was like, oh, this is what it takes. So then I think when I took that year off, I was just bowling tournaments, just trying to compete and work on my game. I feel like that helped last year. Well, 2019, it helped. And I'm just hoping to just continue to keep growing and learning and moving forward. So.
Gotcha. That's yeah. It's definitely a long day out there on tour. Going through those events and trying to make it through. Not only do you have to bowl great the whole time to advance against them, but yeah, that's a whole bunch of bowling you have to get through by the time you're all said and done.
Exactly, and it's easily to mentally, especially when you're struggling. It's happened to me a couple times, like to mentally just like check out, and I'm like, oh, I can't check out. I gotta figure this out, because I check out, then too many frames have gone by, then I'm behind, and then I'm behind the move because I didn't want to try to figure it out. So yeah, I've learned a lot my first year, and I'm just hoping that I could use what I've learned to just make this year better. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, Gigi, since we are here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational, I know while you competed with Nebraska, you guys may have won every year you were during your tenure over there. It seemed like I think the Cornhuskers won like 6 in a row or something like that.
Oh, man.
But what were some favorite memories from competing at this event? It was always one that we look forward to on our schedule. The staff was always so great. The Prairie View family coming in, the Hall of Fame experience, the little barbecue. It was always such a cool tournament to be a part of. But what were some of your favorite memories of competing at this event?
It was at the ITRC, and being in Nebraska, we love we saw PVAMU on our schedule. We were just like, yes, we get to go to Texas. The weather is so much better. So that was number one, just having like this, actually seeing sun and having to go outside in sweatshirts and not like parkas and boots. So that was the first thing, but also to the energy that I would say that PVAMU, like the parents and the fans brought, and when the team would like strike or something, they would say PV, and then the other half would say just the atmosphere and the energy. I mean, although they weren't cheering for us, I mean, I kind of fed off that energy too, and I was like into it. So I'm like, let me use that to do what I can for my team. But it's just such a great tournament, and it's so much fun to go to. So I just hope that these girls, they get to enjoy it maybe the way I did or even better, and just have a great experience. But I think any opportunity that we all get to compete in is a blessing. So it's just super cool to see them back at the PVAMU tournament and competing, especially during COVID too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's obviously, with the small venue of the ITRC, not the best for the social distancing aspect on the collegiate side. So big shout out to USA Bowl for stepping up to help out this year and host the event. So hopefully in the future as well, back at the ITRC. But USA Bowl, a great facility, and who has helped us out with quite a few events over the course of the years, and a great venue in Dallas to check out. So
nice.
So that's where we're at right now, or technically that's where Jason's at. I'm still here in Arlington, but remote coverage, it's something else. It's different, but it's cool. It allows for cool conversations like we're having right now.
Yeah, this is awesome. And I've been seeing some strikes too on the board.
We like strikes.
Yes, we do. So.
That's what we usually see Nebraska do at this event, is strike all day and get the trophy at the end. So.
Oh man, I don't know how. I don't know how Coach Strabo and Coach Clemps did it, but I told my dad, I'm like, how do they do it? Because I had the opportunity of going to national championship 4 years in a row. I mean, we won once during my years, but 4 years in a row, and I think they went to it before that, so it might have been like 5 or 6 years in a row. And I asked my dad, I'm like, how did they do it? Like, Coach Strabo knows how to get there, and he knows how to win. I'm like, how? You have different girls, different personalities, people leaving, and I don't know. I give it to them. And Coach Drabo's a genius, man. And Coach Clemson. I don't know how they did it, but they did. So I give them all the props because it takes a lot to be able to, do what they do and deal with different personalities and to be able to still get there and win. It's cool, man.
No, it is. I think that's a great point too. Is when you look at having to manage that, knowing that you only have so much time with each athlete, and not everyone's years fall into the same area, so you have to continue to juggle players. Quickly. You look like a player like Liz Culkin, as you mentioned, who was kind of had that anchor position down, and then once she graduates, all of a sudden it's up to the players who are already there to okay, how do we replicate kind of that energy and what Liz brought to that position. And so it's a continuous cycle. It seems like trying to manage that and find the right people and find the right styles and temperaments and kind of mixing all that together to make a successful team. And it's a tough task for sure, but one that like you said, I'm not sure how they do it either, but I tip my cap to them every time for you see these programs just consistently so great. It's
exactly, for sure. I'm like, I don't know how you guys do it, but I give you all the props and I thank you too.
Absolutely. Well, Gigi, we won't keep you too much longer here. We definitely appreciate you swinging by, but tell the folks watching on Bolt TV right now just kind of what's coming up next for you. I know you're always busy. You got the Got Game fam. And great stuff with that. Just tell us kind of everything that's coming up next for you in the next few months before we get to PWBA in April.
Yeah, so just the Ellen Game show Monday, and really that I know of, just practicing and trying to compete around tournaments in the area just to get in that competition like atmosphere, because it's hard when you're just practicing all the time, and then the first tournament is like in April, and all you've been doing the whole time is practicing. So trying to compete as much as I can around here. There aren't many tournaments. It's not like maybe the Midwest, you guys have tournaments consistently, or we're in the Northeast, so there's not too many, but doing that, and honestly, that's really it until April. So, and hoping that things open up too, more things open up around here, and so people can just do some traveling and stuff like that, and I can go do some bowling in other states and stuff like that too. So,
excellent. So let's see, it's Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern. What channel is that on?
NBC.
All right. Yeah. Ellen's Game, folks. Gigi's going to be on it. It looks awesome, potentially scary, but it looks like a fun time, though. So we're excited to see the show. So, folks, be sure to check Gigi out on Monday as well. But Gigi, always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to talk to you, catch up, talk and watch a little collegiate bowling and PWBA as well. So we'll let you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. But thanks for swinging by and chatting.
Of course. Thank you so much, Aaron. I appreciate you and Jason and the rest of the PWBA crew and just live stream. Oh, you guys are amazing. Thank you. And peace out, Got Game fam.
All right. Thanks, Gigi.
See ya. Thank you.
All right, folks. That was Jasmine Gigi Mason joining us here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational through our Bolt TV studio. Always great to talk to Gigi. All the energy, and as she said, Ellen's Game of Games on Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Going to be on the game show, so that's going to be fun to watch. So be sure to check that out, folks. We are, as we can see, kind of below the screen there. We do have some scores rolling, courtesy of JT. We'll get that standing sheet up to you as well soon here. Let's see. Let's give it a quick read here before we get too far. So you guys have all the latest info. Got some individual standings as well, which we'll take a quick run through. If I get to the team stuff first. We know Sam Houston had a nice opener, 998, to get a little bit closer in the overall pinfall category. Arkansas State still leading, but that margin less than 20 pins heading into match number 7, match 2 of the day. Red Wolves leading 58-46, but Sam Houston at 58-27. In third place, McKendree moving up 57-53. Louisiana Tech 57-49, so pretty close there between 3 and 4. Tulane holding on to 5th, 56-87. Prairie View 56-12. Youngstown State 976 in the opener to move up a couple spots there at 56-11. Nebraska in 8th, 55-76. Stephen F. Austin 55-22, and Texas Southern 49-01. Right now, 3 teams at 4 and 2. Louisiana Tech, Tulane, and Youngstown State. Individually. Get to those as well. Megan Grams from Youngstown State, 248 in the opener. We watched Sam Houston's Denise Blakenzie, 244. Amelia Vasquez from Tulane, 224 in third. Asia Wren from Prairie View A&M, 222. Allie Leyendecker, Louisiana Tech, 213. From Nebraska, Kayla Verstrade, 212. Emma Wren from Youngstown State, 207. B. Hernandez, Sam Houston, 205. Madison McCall from Tulane, 204. As another 204 in the books, Danielle Jedlecki from Louisiana Tech. So that is your top 10 individually. As we wrap up game number 2, we do have another special guest coming up shortly. We'll bring him in just we'll wrap up game 2 here once we start up game 3. Actually, let's take a look across the house here. Looks like we have some pairs a little bit farther back, so I say let's start the fun now. So it looks like he's ready to go. Let's bring him in. This gentleman has been a big part of the college bowling industry for quite a few years now, even though he still looks like he's in his late 20s. One of the best guys out there, the head coach of the Wisconsin Whitewater men's bowling program. Let's welcome in Sean Walkner.
How's it going, Aaron?
It's great, Sean. Great to see you, bud. How you been?
Doing all right. Yourself?
I'm doing great. I'm watching college bowling once again, so it's always great to be back in the collegiate environment, even if I'm not actually there. But love seeing the competition. And we're back. It's 2021, a new year, and things are getting underway. So it's great to be back here, and hopefully everything well for you and the great state of Wisconsin.
It is. We actually got back to action last weekend, so it felt really, really good to get out on the lanes. It had been 343 days since the Hoosier, so clearly the longest streak we'd ever gone without competing. So it was just, while it was very different this year, it was just really good to be out and compete again.
Couldn't agree more. And, it's going to be a pretty quick regular season on the USBC collegiate side, starting up in January, going till the end of March. So what's kind of the schedule look like for the Warhawks throughout the rest of the regular season?
So we're off this weekend and next weekend. But then we will compete 6 of the next 7 weekends. So the last 3 weekends in February, we will do a one-day event in Rockford, which is hosted by Rock Valley Community College. Then we will go to Cedar Rapids for the Co-Hawk invite, which is a one-day hosted by Co. And then we will wrap up. Actually, so it's 2 out of the next 3 in February. Then we have a week off in March. And then we will go the Warhawk, the Leatherneck, and the 5 Seasons hosted by Mount Mercy. So again, it's going to be a really quick spring, as you mentioned, and this is the most we've ever competed in spring. Normally we have 2 conference events, 2 tier 1s, and that's it for the postseason. But this year we're going to actually compete in 7 different tier 2s throughout the spring semester. So very, very different in terms of the schedule. But speaking of that, I do need to correct something Holly Harris said earlier today. Your last, I think it was your last question to her. You had asked her what her favorite regular season event was, and she actually mispronounced Leatherneck Classic. She actually said Hoosier, but I text her afterwards, and I'm like, you mispronounced Leatherneck. She's like, you're right, Sean. I'm sorry. So I just wanted to clear that on air, that Holly's favorite tournament truly was the Leatherneck.
Oh, okay. I'm sure she appreciates you doing that.
Right. And I told her I'd give her a shout out.
Great stuff there. The Leatherneck Classic, and that's a true labor of love for you. And we'll talk about the coaching aspect of Wisconsin Whitewater, but prior to that, if we go back into the time machine, you were a collegiate standout yourself at Western Illinois, part of some of the great teams throughout the late 90s, early 2000s, national champion. And, the Leatherneck Classic is an event that you put a lot of time and effort into to make happen every year. So just tell us a little bit more about kind of your journey to make that one of the great collegiate events of the year.
So we started that the year after I completed my 4 years of eligibility. I was still on campus because I was one of those students that changed majors 5 times. And it took until my junior year to decide what I wanted to do. So I ended up having to stay an extra year. And in 2001, there weren't 150 tournaments on the schedule to choose from. There were maybe 50 tournaments to choose from. So I looked at my coach, Randy, at the time and said, hey, can we start something, start the Leatherneck Classic? And he looked at me and goes, as long as I don't have to do anything, do what you want to do. So originally being from the Quad Cities, I had a strong connection to Highland Park Bowl, which was the center that we started the event at. And we started with about 36 total teams between varsity, JV, and then both men and women. And last year we had over 115 teams between men, women, varsity, and JV complete. So, but again, this year is our 20th anniversary, which tells you how long it's been since I graduated. And when you said earlier, I'm in my 20s, yes, it's been 20 years since I graduated. So that's kind of how I took that. But, we're going to be healthy. We're going to be just shy of 100 teams this year. So it's still pretty exciting to see teams still want to be able to compete in a pandemic. And again, we've got some new teams this year that hadn't come before. But because the lack of opportunity to compete are coming out to compete. So we're super excited, and it's the only tournament that this is a bragging point for the event. It's the only tournament held in 4 centers. Men's varsity is in one, women's varsity is in one, men's JV and women's JV are in separate centers. And it's also the only tournament held in 2 different states simultaneously. So pretty cool that we've been able to build that event to be as big as it is, and truly outside of the Hoosier and then the ISPA Kegel and Addison, it's one of the largest events in terms of total team participation.
Absolutely. We got to be a part of that last year, and it was pretty crazy with the just the logistics of all that. You have a team that has come together to kind of help you facilitate all that work. And you mentioned some of the centers as well. And yeah, that was a pretty crazy experience just to be part of that, crossing borders, going back and forth from the men's and the women's center. But it was a good time, and I know it's not just you making that happen, but you have a great team there as well. Just making sure everything's running smoothly, on top of the great proprietors who welcome in the events.
Absolutely, and the four people that run the centers are all my childhood high school best friends. So it's people I've known forever, people I know extremely well. Shane and his wife, Christy, run the 2 women's centers. And then my friend Lee and Doug run the 2 men's centers. So, they're all bowlers in their own right. None of them bowl collegiately, but they're all, competitive bowlers. So, and then Shane is actually starting next season, going to be taking over the Midwest Collegiate for Gloria. So pretty excited for him. He again, they all four do a great job, but Shane always goes above and beyond, and he's the one tournament director I actually get mad at because he makes me look bad because I'm always with the men's center, but he brings in coffee and donuts for the coaches. So I always get rave reviews about Shane, and then I'm like, man, you're really showing me up here, buddy.
Well, there you go. Coffee and donuts, the way to coach's heart. So
right, yeah, absolutely. That's how he gets score sheets so quickly. He says so.
There we go. All right. That's all good information for me to know in the future. So excellent stuff. We're finishing up here on 39 and 40. So let's go ahead and Nebraska taking the win there. We'll go over to 35 and 36 real quick. So we'll get a little close up here. So we funnel through our channels. Still some bowling left to go in match number 2. Now, Sean, looking at the Warhawks this year, and we were kind of talking about it with Gigi right before before you came in here, and just kind of how in the heck do coaches continue to find ways to be successful with players coming in and out of the program, graduating classes? You have freshmen coming in who have to figure out not only college bowling but college life in general. How do you guys find how do you find just the balance to kind of make all that happen consistently, knowing that you're not always going to have the same team every year? The team is going to look different in some way, some form.
It is instilling just the mantra or the work ethic of our program. We've created over the last 10 and a half seasons a really strong culture where again we put a premium and an emphasis on going above kind of that minimum expectation. So our returners know exactly what they need to do every fall, and they do a really, really good job. It's going to sound weird, but like of whipping the freshmen in shape really quick. Like I don't have to instill my essence onto them. Like the team does that organically, amongst themselves. So our culture is really taught by the players. It's not top down. It's truly a bottom up culture. And we really do talk about that also in the recruiting process. So as I'm out at Junior Gold or Turbo Tech or a high school state tournament or whatever it might be, I'm looking for guys that fit our culture, and it's from a physical game, it's a mental game standpoint, and then through conversation, you get to learn a little bit more about their work ethic. So it really starts in the recruiting process, but once they're on campus, it's a bottom up process to really instill that work ethic and that culture into the guys. And one of the biggest things that I try to convey to the team is that the best 8 players aren't typically going to win a title. It is going to be the 8 guys that have a genuine trust and respect for each other and that gel together. When I did win my title my senior year at Western Illinois, we weren't the best 6 physical guys. We were ranked 5th or 6th in the nation that year. Yes, we had Derek Sapp, who was a phenomenal player. We had Pete Albanese, who was a great player, and Shane Kefauver, who was an All-American. Those 3. But once you got beyond that, the next 3 of us, because at that time we still only were allowed 6-player rosters, we were all just okay. Like we were all good. Clay was a freshman that year, so he again was kind of getting acclimated to college bowling. Scott and myself, we'd been there for 4 years, coming in together. But collectively, we weren't the best physical 8 or 6 players out there. But there was no better team out there in college bowling than Western Illinois at that time, and that's why we were able to be successful. And so those are the things that I really try to instill in the guys, is that gel factor. And you're not going to learn that genuine trust and respect on the lanes. That has to happen outside the bowling center. So our team does a lot of events together, either be watching, Sunday afternoon football if we're not traveling, going to dinner, doing game nights or whatever it might be, just hanging out and being social. That's where that genuine trust and respect is formed. And for me, that's what I attribute a lot of our success to, is having guys that come into the program quickly, buy into our culture, buy into the process, and again, live it and experience it has again led to some pretty significant success being a club program. And I hate to kind of caveat it that way, but being a club program, having to compete against these schools that can offer full ride, well, not full ride, but again, offer significant athletic scholarships. They have coaches that are full-time. They have budgets. They don't have to fundraise. My guys, they don't get a penny of athletic scholarship. There is academic scholarships if they meet that criteria. But they have to fundraise. We have a team dues. I have a full-time job outside of coaching. So we've got a lot of roadblocks against us, but the one thing I've never allowed them to do is use that as a crutch, right? Use that as an excuse. Like when you're out there bowling, the pins don't know who they're competing against. So we just have that mantra that we have to go down and knock down as many pins as we can. And again, we've been pretty successful competing with all of these other really strong programs.
Well, that's some good stuff there, Sean. And I'm going to have a follow up to that about one of the particular years for you. But first, when you talked about kind of the team building and watching football on Sundays, I just want to go on the record to hear you say that at Wisconsin Whitewater, you guys go to watch the Chicago Bears win football games, right? That's what you guys do?
What's kind of ironic is because of the spread of where our guys are coming from, we have it everywhere. And I will pronounce that I am a diehard Bears fan. Like I live in suburban Chicago, but the natural reaction is to absolutely despise the Packers, right? If you're a Bears fan. However, after 10 and a half years coaching in Wisconsin, I can honestly say I don't hate them. Like if the Bears are playing the Packers, I'm always taking the Bears. But as soon as they're out, then I again kind of shift and don't root against them as long as they're not playing the Bears. So
okay, I was hoping that was a hard yes to Chicago and Wisconsin.
Believe me, I wish I could.
There's one small part of the campus somewhere in Wisconsin that the Bears had hold of, but no, just in fun. I knew you were a big Bears fan, so always like to share in the misery with someone else. So
right,
but yeah, it was obviously the culture brings together the players and the athletes, the student athletes, into kind of knowing what the college experience is going to be all about, in between the class schedule, just managing the day to day, and then the athletic side of it as well. But there was a couple of years ago where, and you'll have to tell me which year it was. I believe it was the year Nick Crummell was on his way to graduate out of the program, and I feel you guys had and that was one of those runs where you had 5 or 6 seniors on that team.
So yeah, 2016 was Nick Crummell's senior year, and we lost 6 players off of our varsity team that year. Through that point, we had never won a tier 1, and the best ranking we'd ever had was 6th. And I will tell you, those 6 guys that I lost were 6 of the most physically talented guys that we had. Mm-hmm. And they'd come up, and we had 2 transfers come into that group that graduated that year, but they came from Rock Valley, which is only about 30 minutes from campus. So again, they all knew each other. And I will tell you that next year, 2016-17, was statistically one of the best years we've had. Not only did we win our first tier 1 out east, but we actually won our second tier 1 in Addison just a couple weeks later. So, and that's still today the only season we've won 2 tier 1s, but we also were ranked 5th in the nation that year. We continued our streak of All-Americans that year. And then even we qualified for ITCs, and we finished 3rd, which was the first time we've medaled in 4 years at the ITCs. So again, it's just kind of crazy that losing 6 really strong seniors, that 3 of which, 3 or 4 were always starting too, right? Mm-hmm. So again, we lost a lot of playtime experience on varsity when that group of 6 walked out the door. But the two guys that were returning from varsity, Zach Wolfel and Chris Wiley, again, they were able to get a ton of experience and learn from those guys. Josh Pate was on the team that year as a freshman. Picked a bad year for a freshman year, and it was tough for him because he's a great player and really, I think he grew from that experience because he didn't just have anything handed to him on a silver platter. Like, he was humbled a little bit by that, but was able to jump right in that next year and again continue the success. We brought in a couple of really strong freshmen in Ryan Winters, David Eggert. We had Christian Kamban join us that year. And we had Aaron Turner who transferred. So we still had a really strong team. Again, we won another Tier 1. We were ranked 5th in the nation again. Actually, no, that year we were ranked 2nd in the nation because that was our infamous fun trip to Smyrna for sectionals, where the number 2 team in the nation and the top seed at that sectional, we almost didn't make it out. And then went on and got 3rd again at the ITC. So, it's just crazy how, again, just really truly that culture and getting guys to not really rally behind one, which, Krummel's a great person to rally behind, he was always our marquee player, but not having that true standout anymore. The team at that point really started to rally around each other instead of always looking just to one person, right? So I think that's what kind of helped us once Nick left. And Nick also joined staff that year for us as a coach. So we've never really lost the essence of Nick Krummel. But certainly, and I tell him this all the time, and I think he hates that I say this, but he's actually a bigger asset in the coaching realm than he ever was as a player. And he can see lanes, he can see ball motion, certainly better than I can. But together we make a really good coaching team, with my strength being the mental game, and then obviously his experience and knowledge and everything that he brings to our coaching staff. Has really helped, again, keep us in the top 10 nationally, keep us medaling at ITCs.
I think that's an excellent story because that was looking at that year and looking at that team, it was like, wow, what is Sean going to do now? And then all of a sudden the team came back stronger than ever. So that was once again just a great job to you and the staff. But another kind of thing that came up when we were talking to Gigi was, just a coaching staff finding the right amount of balance to know how to talk to the players about different things and just knowing how players want to be coached as well has to be, sort of a juggling act. And I'm sure that's something, that it's good to have, different vibes, different personalities, different ways of getting the same message. Obviously everyone wants to be on the same page at the end, but you got to work on so many different ways to get different players the same information.
Absolutely. And it's kind of crazy because some guys, they want the hard press, just, give me hard truth, and especially in a tournament mode, dude, just give me my frame, and then don't tell me anything until I'm getting ready to get on the approach on the next frame. Other guys want it immediate response. So it's juggling that. Others don't want you to even mention, making moves and ball transition stuff. It's more of just the soft aspect, right? Just building their confidence, letting them know that you believe in them, you trust them, which is, again, they wouldn't be in if we didn't trust them. But some guys that's what they need to hear. And that's, again, a difference between Krummel and I is Nick is the hard, this, just do this, right? This is what you need to do. And he calls me the coddler, right? I'm the soft side, right? When Quinn or someone, is struggling mentally, Andrew Heritage was another one. I didn't tell them necessarily physically what to do. It's, hey, your team's behind you. We believe in you. Just go up and make the best shot you can. So it's again, talking to guys in the way that they need, as you mentioned. And again, for freshmen, that's really hard. We had Garrett Meadows with us last Sunday when we competed, and I did that purposely to only have one freshman because I needed to know how to coach everyone else, and I needed to kind of learn how to coach him in a tournament setting. And again, so it was really nice to kind of see him come out and have that first experience and learn, because as coaches, we're learning too. So just kind of learning the different things that I need to say to him, and, knowing it's crazy, but knowing what people look at, knowing if they like with their left or their right foot, or in between their 2 feet, it's just trying to learn those little nuances of each person really, again, helps in knowing that. We worked with Dr. Dean several years ago, and one of the drills, and I don't know what he calls it, but I call it the Dr. Dean drill. It's just kind of knowing shot quality in guys. So, in practice, we'll have, the 7 guys on varsity and myself standing behind them, and they'll throw 6, 8, 10 shots to where we can see what a quality 8, 9, or 10 is, but also what a quality, 4, 5, and 6 are. And not just knowing what they look like, but why are they that quality? And that goes to help us in tournament play to know when to make moves, or, again, as, the leadoff guy, when they switch lanes, as we move to pairs, knowing, the next guy in line's got to make a big jump if we need to make a ball change. If it's game 2, a lot of times we have to move a border to right, because we always try to get left as quick as we can, but not every team does that. So sometimes, again, we've got to shift, especially game 2, just a hair right to start the game and then kind of continue. But knowing what those quality shots for each player on the team looks like in competition is really beneficial for us.
All right, Sean, a lot of good information there. And folks, we are transitioning to match number 8 overall, game 3 of the day. We just finished watching Youngstown State take the win over Texas Southern there. Let's see, coming up next on this pair is going to be Tulane versus Stephen F. Austin. So with NCAA, they do have a brief transition period to the next game. So we are just waiting for that moment to wrap up, and we'll be back to our next match here on Bull TV at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Sean, one of the you kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier, but one of the great stories of all time is Whitewater's run in the final 16 games to make ITCs a couple of years ago. For the folks at home who may not know about that, or were refreshing the scoreboards continuously over and over, saying, "How is this happening?" If you could tell that story as just as an all-time crazy moment in college bowling history.
Well, believe me, try to live it personally. Again, we were ranked 2nd in the nation that year. We were the top team at that sectional, and I think at one point on Saturday, after it was probably either the 6th or 7th block, we had finally gotten into 4th place, and that lasted 1 block. And Sunday morning, we were next to the TV pair, and we were bowling awful. At that point, we were probably about 170 behind cut. Mike Flanagan, who I've known for years, we grew up bowling youth events together. We bowled in college together at the same time. He was doing the live stream for USBC, and he walked down to me and he's like, "Sean, what's going on? Like, you guys are the top ranked team. You should be doing much better." And I'm like, "Believe me, Mike, I know." I go, "Problem is, we tell them to hit 12 and they hit 15. So we moved them to tell them to hit 15. Now they're hitting 18. It's like they just can't hit targets today." At that point, somebody missed a single pin spare. And I'm like, and this keeps happening, right? This is why we're so far back. But I looked at him and I said, if at the end of this morning block, we're within 200, we're going to make it. And I just turned around and walked away. And I'm like, I just said that. Well, we ended the morning block 283 pins out of cup, out of top 4. And Mike walked up to me during lunch once the results were done, and he's like, 283, Sean. I said, "Mike, mark my words, we're going to make it." And we sent the guys, Nick and I sent the guys outside for lunch. We said, we had a great conversation on the lanes, and we said, "Guys, just go outside the bowling center, change your shoes, do not talk to your friends, do not talk to your family that were there, just go outside, get out of this building, get some fresh air, stay out there for maybe 20, 25 minutes, talk amongst yourselves, and then come back in ready to compete. And we didn't, I think our lowest block that afternoon was probably about 840. And we didn't shoot 900, so we shot nothing spectacular, but we went, I think, 860, 850, 850. And with just one block to go, we were within 3 or 4 pins. It was absolutely crazy. We were, obviously on the 5th and 6th pair because they seed for position. Mike actually put a secondary camera behind our pair to kind of watch, because then it had been absolutely nuts and crazy. Everybody's running down behind us, seeing what we're doing and watching, and my heart is absolutely pounding and racing. It's funny to watch that. Like, my face and my neck is beet red, again, from just almost like, I don't know if it's the worst coaching moment in history for the first 3 blocks or the greatest comeback in college bowling history, making that comeback, because not only did we make ITCs, we actually jumped up to 3rd, and we were only, I want to say, 30 or 40 pins even behind 2nd place at the end of the day. So again, it was just crazy that again, we put ourselves in such a hole on the first 3 16-game blocks. But as you said, just one of the, again, most amazing comeback stories. And that's what I always tell our guys now is, like, we're never out of it. Like, even with 1 game to go, we can make up 100 or 150 pins. And we just have to believe, we have to trust and have that respect in each other to know that it's always possible. And I was kind of hoping that, that was a sign for us to make TV at the ITCs after finishing 3rd the year before. But again, we ran into that stinking McKendree team again, who, again, in 2017 handed us both of our losses. And then in 2018, McKendree again handed us both of our losses. So, that's a team, Brian and Dennis doing a phenomenal job with the men. Then you have Brian and Shannon with the women, who do a phenomenal job as well. But I think those 2 years, and especially at ITCs, have really helped to create a friendly rivalry and a very competitive one, where at ITCs more than anything, if Brian's done with the girls and we bowl at them, I always see Brian come right down to where we are, and so he'll leave Shannon to come down to watch the guys, to help coach with the guys. And that, to me, is a sign of respect for our program. Mm-hmm. That again, he feels he wants to be there to help. And ironically, in 2019, our first loss was to McKendree. So five losses in a row at ITCs for them. And then in 2019, Weber was the one that knocked us out of the match, or out of the ITCs, just before the semis. So, again, we're close. We're right there to knock on that door to make TV show, to win ITCs. I was super personally disappointed that ITCs was canceled last year, because it being in Grand Rapids, that's where Western Illinois won their title my senior year. So it would have been kind of cool on my 10-year anniversary at Whitewater to win, or at least make the show nonetheless, in Grand Rapids, where I won a title as the players. So that would have been a really cool story. I think you could have told, throughout the week or in press releases or whatnot. But, clearly that was the best decision, that USBC made, and we fully support that. And again, it's just cool to be out there and competing again.
Sean, thank you for sharing that story there. And yes, it is great to be competing again. And I don't know if we still got Jason Thomas. He said he was going to hop in for a quick update. I don't see him at the booth there right now. So we might. Oh, there he is. He is quickly rushed over. He was listening. It looks like he has. JT.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
How's it going?
We're doing well.
Hey, Sean, how are you?
Doing well yourself?
Nice. I'm doing well. I'm doing very well myself. Looking forward to seeing you here in a couple months doing the same thing. Hey, I got a quick update. So as you can see, I have some food.
That's always good.
Actually, they feed us here. That's pretty nice. Just, we're at the bubble, last week at the PWBA, and we had food all week and come here. So I like these bowling events. They give you food. But I just wanted to share what we're having for lunch. It's not just for me. So the staff here made pot roast for the players, and I guess for me too. But I think I might have gotten the leftover. But they actually had a little break and brought food out to the players and cooked, pot roast, which is actually amazing. You're probably getting hungry looking at it, Aaron. Would be my guess.
You're not helping right now, Chase.
But I'll put it aside. But yeah, that was part of it. That I just wanted to let everybody know that there is a humane sporting competition going on out here. That the athletes are being fed, and the center here is the one that is providing the food. So just thought you guys would enjoy that.
Excellent. Good to hear. Shout out to USA Bowl for making sure a live streamer doesn't go hungry as well. So that's always good.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go eat the rest of my pot roast and get the scores updated, because we're gonna have our next game standings updated here in a second.
All right. Thanks, JT, and enjoy.
All right, guys.
Hey, good to see you. Man, I'm gonna have to up the game at the Leatherneck and start feeding you guys too.
Well, like you said, we already got coffee and donuts. That's half the battle.
True.
You see pot roast right now? See, that'd be filling me up. I'd be getting groggy. I can't have that.
Right.
I got to continue talking. So I like the little snacks there, just a little boost of energy to kind of get you throughout the course of the day. A little coffee to start, some donuts, small things that kind of keep you going throughout the day is the thing. But Sean, you already give me the best gift ever as a tournament director by your large yellow folder that you gave us last year. was the greatest gift a tournament director has ever given me in preparation for an event. So once again, folks, Sean Walkner is top tier in providing event information about his tournament. So get on Sean's level, everybody out there.
Great. Now I'm going to have every tournament director in the country calling me, texting me, yelling at me, and asking me what I did to give you. But no, for me, it was, I want you to talk about the history of the event, right? And at that event, I knew you were at one center, Emil was at the other, so you weren't able to connect together. So I wanted to give you guys talking points in history because, again, it's been around for 20 years now. And one of the largest events, there's been some of the great PBA players, PWBA players have come through that event. There was a few years in there where the winner of that event went on to win ITCs as well. I think that's another stat that I'll actually give you for the next time you guys are out. But there's, again, that correlation is there that the winner of that event usually does extremely well at ITC. So, again, just giving you talking points, my friend.
That's what we're all about. So we love talking points on Bowl TV, and yeah, no, that was a great treat to kind of go through the history of the event, learn more about it, and some of the past record scores and top performances and just everything involved with it was pretty cool to track as well. Because I know Charlie Reed from McHenry, started the day off, I think, with a massive set, and all of a sudden we could look to see if he was going to get to the all-time Leatherneck record. So kind of having that information was super cool. So we definitely appreciated the extra effort there to get us the tournament background. So.
And for a shameless plug, leatherneckclassic.com, if anybody wants to check out those records and stats and whatnot. And then that's what you can provide tournament directors to Aaron. It's just everything I have listed on leatherneckclassic.com.
There we go. One-stop shop. All right, Sean, we've kept you on for a bit. I won't keep you for too much longer here on Saturday. I know you got your family there, but kind of as we wrap up, just tell us a little bit about the Whitewater team here in 2021. Who can we expect to be making some big shots down the stretch for you guys, and hopefully a return to the ITC and run at that first TV show.
Right. So again, we've got one of our 2 All-Americans from last season returning, Brandon Mooney, who's a senior this year. He made an all-tournament team last weekend. So, again, I expect a lot out of Brandon. We have 2 other returners that would have been on our postseason team from last year, Quinn Sheehy and Donovan Thomas. Again, both of them are phenomenal players. Drake Bazzi was a freshman last year and struggled in some big key moments last year just due to a lack of experience. But Drake took some time over the summer and really took to heart the fact that we announced that he was not going to be on the postseason roster and really put himself in some very competitive situations. This fall he cashed in 2 PBA regional events. So, again, he's done the right things, and he made an all-tournament team last weekend as well, him and Quinn both. And then we've got probably 2 or 3 freshmen that are going to make some waves. I've already mentioned Garrett, who's from Springfield, Virginia. I look for Tanner Ossick, who's from Colorado Springs. He'll get a varsity experience in 2 weeks when we're in Milwaukee. And then J.R. Mellum, who is out of Southern California. Again, those 3 freshmen total, I look to maybe make some splashes and some waves. But truly, honest to God, Aaron, we went to that tournament last weekend, and I had not seen anybody on my team since the Tuesday before Halloween. So I made a complete blind guess at the 8 players to take. The school had already said they were going to go remote at Thanksgiving, so I knew I was losing them at that point. But we had a small outbreak with COVID on the team. We had a few guys kind of come down with it after Halloween, so we had to stop at that point. And then our first week back to school, the bowling center opens up free to all students. So since we didn't think we were competing that first weekend, because that tournament popped up the week before. So it's kind of a last minute ad. We had kind of made the agreement with the bowling center to not have formal practice. So truly before going into last weekend, I had not seen the team since the end of October. So truly any one of our guys, we've got some really good returners that are coming back. We've got Hunter Loveridge, who's had some varsity experience in the past. We're going to, potentially see, last weekend we had Ty Peterson on our varsity team. There's going to be some guys that are going to get some experience that haven't had it in the past. McGuire Hanchey. We have a transfer, Brett Boyteen, who went to Rock Valley the last 2 years. He likes to say, and their coach Tony, who's a very good friend of mine, likes to say that they won the only national championship last year.
That's so NJCAA got it in.
They did. So and Brett was an All-American through NJCAA. So we've got a lot of guys with a lot of experience, and so I think these first few tournaments we're going to see a lot of roster changes just to kind of get our feet wet and see who can get up to mid-season form at the start of our season. But again, I certainly look for Brandon, Quinn, Donovan, and Drake to be kind of our core this year, and be the 4, again, returners, the guys that are going to lead the program. And then, again, we're going to see who fits in with that mold and that group. And again, hopefully be in wherever we're going to be for ITCs and compete for that title.
All right. Well, some great stuff. Sean, it's always a pleasure to catch up and chat with you. I can't believe it's been so long since we've actually done so. But
right.
Yeah, almost coming up on a year since that last Hoosier Classic. But my friend, it's always great. I'm glad to get the updates on the team this year, so I know who to look out for when you guys are doing Wisconsin Whitewater things. So thank you for the time here on Bold TV today. Thanks for the chat. It was fun. And just until next time I see you, stay safe out there, and look forward to seeing you soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I love this concept of bringing in guest commentators. I think that's awesome. Thanks for the invite, and hopefully we can do it again next time we're not competing.
Absolutely. We will make that happen. But Sean, you take care of yourself, bud, and I'll see you soon.
Yep. All right. Have a good one, Aaron. Thank you.
You too. All right, everybody. That was Sean Walkner, the head coach of the men's program over at Wisconsin Whitewater. Another great conversation here in the books on Bowl TV. We've been having them rolling throughout the course of the block. We have just started match number 3. Currently watching Stephen F. Austin taking on Tulane. And at the moment, we actually have another guest lined up here in just a couple of minutes. So we will take a quick break as we settle into game 3. We'll see if we get some scores up through match 2 as well. So everybody hang tight and enjoy. You're watching the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas, right here on bowltv.com. Once again, a reminder for anyone interested to watch the rest of the competition starting tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9:25 a.m. Eastern time for the Baker Bracket Finals. It's going to be it's going to require a subscription to check out the action and see who wins the title here at the Prairie View. So you can set that up now. Join Bowl TV. You have a few different ways to find that throughout the course of the website. To set up your subscription, you can go on annual for $79.95. It gives you access to the whole site, not only our live events throughout the whole year, but the archived events and on-demand content as well. Monthly for $9.95 kind of works the same way, except just a little bit shorter. A monthly, if you want to check it out, certainly another great way to go. Or if you just want to watch the live finals tomorrow, you can pick up an event pass for $4.95. So a couple options to check out, but we'll let you get back to the action here, full screen. And folks, once again, we'll have another guest coming up in just a little bit, just couple of minutes, hopefully, and we'll be chatting again more about college bowling and the return here in 2021. But thanks again for joining us here, and I'll take a quick seat to the back. We'll go full screen like that, and we'll be back in just a moment here for the Prairie View. All right, college bowling fans, we are here in Game 3, Match 8 overall at the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational. We do have some scores to update after Match 7. You can see them in the chat area, but we'll run through them real quick as well, starting with the team aspect of it. Arkansas State continues to hold onto the top spot. They are now 4-3. Their pinfall total 68-39. Sam Houston remains in second, but gave back some pins they gained in the first matchup against the Red Wolves. They're at 67-74. McHenry moving up 67-49 in third place. Louisiana Tech in fourth, 66-31. Nebraska had the biggest game in match 2 of the day, 1,054 to move up to fifth place, 66-30, just one pin out of fourth place. Tulane drops to sixth. They're at 66-05. Youngstown State, 65-36. Stephen F. Austin, 65-07. Prairie View A&M, 64-27. And Texas Southern, 57-03. Looking at wins and losses right now, the two top teams a little bit farther back in the standings, but they're finding ways to get wins. Tulane and Youngstown State at 5-2, Arkansas State, McHenry, and Louisiana Tech at 4-3. Everyone else under 500 so far. We also have the individual standings. Let's take a quick look at those. Sam Houston State's Denise Blakenzie, 456 for 2, averaging 228. Megan Grams of Youngstown State, second, 443. Hope Gramley from McHenry, nice 245. She is in third at 441. Carlene Bayer from Stephen F. Austin at 434. And Gwen Mahia from Nebraska at 426, your top 5 in the individual standings at the moment. But folks, we're ready to bring in another special guest. This young lady, a absolute collegiate standout. A lot of success with Junior Team USA, and is now looking to cement her spot on the PWBA Tour as well, coming up in the 2021 season. She's one of my favorite folks to talk to in bowling. Let's bring her in and welcome Amanda Vermilia to Bowl TV. Hi, Amanda.
Hi, thanks for having me.
thank you for joining us. It's great to see you. What's 2021 been like for you so far? And just looking ahead to the PWBA tour, how excited are you to kind of be back looking at the 2021 season?
I am very excited for this year. I'm looking forward to April. That's when I'm going to begin my PWBA season. Looking forward to Minnesota and Lincoln and possibly Ohio. I'm really excited. I've been practicing a lot, and I'm now with 900 Global, and I'm with Turbo, and I have wonderful sponsors, and I'm ready for this year. So I'm very excited.
Well, we're certainly excited to see you back out on the lanes as well, and this the most recent edition of Bowler's Journal came out recently. You were on the front cover, so the folks got to really hear your story throughout the course of that, and just all you've done to continue to bowl, fighting through health issues time and time again. What was it like to and that's something you and I have talked about in the past, but kind of having that scale of the Premier Bowling magazine really tell that story, and what was that experience like for you, and just kind of what's been the reaction to that from the bowling community after that issue's made its way out?
That was a real honor. When John Mark reached out to me and said he wanted to do that, I was like, yes, definitely. I mean, I could believe that he did that. So it was really nice to be able to tell my story and explain exactly what happened. I mean, yeah, I just having to go through many surgeries and things like that, and just basically explain just the things that I had to do, and because people ask me, so Amanda, like what do you have, and like what's going on? It's kind of hard to explain in a short story. Like briefly, it's hard, but being able to put it in a magazine like that, and he actually interviewed a bunch of people that helped me throughout my journey. I guess it kind of really is a bigger picture, and I guess it can really explain it. So it was a real honor, and I'm very thankful to the Bowler's Journal for doing that for me.
I just realized it's still January. That's the February issue, right?
Correct. Yes. So yeah, it's just gone out. Yes. So I've had a lot of people reach out to me and said that they've read it, and they're like, "Wow, that was very cool and a very nice article." So actually, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I'm looking forward to receiving my magazine. So it should be any day now.
John Mark certainly does a fantastic job, but yeah, with the Kickoff Classic, because we're essentially Matt Canzaro and I kind of help out with the magazine once it gets ready every month as it's getting put together. So we kind of help just take a look at things and kind of do that on the USBC end. And I realized, we've done that, we've seen it, but it's the Kickoff Classic just threw me off of my time, like space continuum completely. And I thought it was like, man, that was so long ago. I looked at that thing has to have been out for like weeks now. And then I started thinking it after I said it. I'm like, wait, it's not even February yet.
Mm-hmm.
That just all happened. So that was a crazy couple days for me. And I lost all time and space and all that good stuff, but we're back now. So that's what we're doing here. And Amanda, we kind of let in talking about the success at Nebraska. So let's go ahead and find them. We'll add them to the stream here so we can watch some Cornhuskers on the lanes as we chat. So they are on.
That's good.
47-48.
Okay.
Taking on McKendree.
All right.
So we will make the switch here, and we'll head over to 47-48. There we go. All right.
Okay. Two of these. I love both these teams. my team, of course, and then McKendree, Shannon and Brian O'Keefe. Actually, I got to tell you a story. Shannon and Brian were there for me when I was going through my health struggles when I was living in Texas. They were there and said, give me, we'll take PJ, like when I had to go to the hospital a few times. So, I mean, it could have been any time at night. It could have been 9, 10 p.m. I mean, they were willing just to take care of PJ for Eric and I. So they're one of our best friends. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Great people.
Some of the best out there for sure.
Yes.
And looking back at your time at Nebraska, we look at some of the powerhouse teams, and you were part of just such an amazing group of bowlers when you were there on campus. Just tell us a little bit about some of the teams that you were part of with the Cornhuskers, and with just some of the big names, and what was it like to compete with some of those folks on the collegiate level, being in the team competition, the Baker, just kind of all of it coming together to all the success you had.
Oh, I loved bowling Baker. I was part of the team with Shannon Pluhowski, who is now one of the assistant coaches on Nebraska. I also bowled with Lindsay Baker, who is now Lindsay Boomershine, who we just saw at the Kickoff Classic. She did amazing. Mm-hmm. I also bowled with Carla Ang, now is Carla Vandermeer. And then I also bowled with Jamie Martin. I had a phenomenal team. We clicked great. I mean, we had a very, very strong team. I mean, any of us really could have won the individual at any time. I mean, we basically it seemed like we could have beat each other at any time, but we got along so well. We were there for each other. I mean, we love bowling Baker, and any of us really could have bowled in the anchor spot. It just depends. I mean, and we knew that whoever was really lined up that day, we knew we could lean on them to bowl in that anchor spot because they were good enough. So I was I love bowling on that team, and I'm very thankful that I went to Nebraska. I had such a great college education. Nebraska is phenomenal. I love their athletic department. It's top notch, really. So,
and we've had a few Cornhuskers on the show as well, and that's kind of been the ongoing sentiment toward the university, the town. I mean, we talked at length about the town with Julia Bond, just kind of how it makes you feel at home there in Lincoln, even though you have to drive an hour to get there from Omaha. But it's certainly an awesome community, and the bowling aspect of it definitely goes along with that.
Exactly. I love Lincoln. I love Nebraska. I'm looking forward to going back there this year in April for the PWBA stop. I have lots of friends that I made that are still living there, and I look forward to seeing them here real soon.
Now, Amanda, from my notes, two-time NCAA national champion, 2004, 2005, correct?
Correct. Yes, we were actually the very first NCAA champions, which is so cool. I mean, there's nobody else that can say that. So I love that. I remember that day, actually, the 2004 tournament. There was actually tornadoes around. It was in Houston, Texas. That was a very, very long day. We bowled against Central Missouri State. We actually had to beat them twice. And I remember we actually lost electricity that day. And one of my teammates was a little scared of storms, and Coach Bill Straub, he actually went and took one of my teammate to the side, and they started skipping across the approach just to try to keep her mind off the storms. It was funny, but I mean, it was just a lot of great memories that day, and we ended up taking the title and winning the very first NCAA championships. So yeah, very blessed. And then the next year we did back-to-back with the 2005 tournament. And actually that year I was the most valuable player. And I supposedly set a record with the highest averaging over 251 for the qualifying, which is pretty cool.
That's not bad. That's a couple strikes right there.
That's what it was. Yeah, I remember. I just kept striking. I mean, I don't know. It was a good day. It's a good tournament.
I would say
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, it was a good tournament.
You mentioned the significance of being the first two on the NCAA side to win on women's bowling, and thinking about just the legacy that created, not only for Nebraska but for women's bowling in general. I think is an incredibly huge thing to talk about. Is that you kind of look at the growth of the NCAA and the amount of teams, as we see Shannon right there talking to one of her players at the bottom of the screen. But I think the legacy that started, and we've seen it just blossom between not only these events, seeing how talented these young athletes are, but the success on the PWBA tour as well. Potentially not there without those 2004, 2005 teams setting the standard for players to look up to and eventually strive to get to, even though there wasn't a PWBA tour at the time. I think that that significant moment is one of the biggest, looking at where kind of college bowling and the PWBA tour is at now.
Correct. I completely agree with you. I really wish that there was a tour when I was getting out of college. But I'm very thankful that there is a tour now, and I'm very grateful to USBC for helping bring the tour back.
It's certainly been great to see these athletes have the next place to look up to, the next place to go as they continue their collegiate. Or as they kind of work their way through their collegiate experience. But, going back to your collegiate experience at Nebraska, we've talked a lot about just the culture there. We talked to Bill Straub yesterday for about a half an hour. So that was pretty fun and to hear from Coach. But, what were some of your favorite stories of being able to work with a legendary coach like Bill Straub?
I call him a big teddy bear. He really is. He's a big teddy bear. I love Coach Straub. My first year we did butt heads, but as the years went on, I became very close with him. Him and I got along very well. And I have to say that he really helped me in my game. I became a lot better at the line. I trusted him. He was a great guy. I thank him. I thank him today. He made me a better player and a better individual. He did. I grew up. I became. I thank him. So.
Certainly a great individual, and he talked a lot about the importance of fundamentals and making sure those were a big part of what a player was going to get good at Nebraska, and we've been fortunate enough to tour the facility with Liz Culkin a couple of years ago, and there was actually this contraption they had at the student center to help Liz work on her drift. She would tend to drift a lot to the left, and so there was a bunch of stuff from Home Depot put together to kind of help that. Was Coach Straub that doing those type of things? While you were out there competing, trying to find unique ways to get the players doing the right things.
There were times when he would actually take your arm and hold your arm when you threw the ball, just to try to help with your swing. I did not like it. I did not, but it would help. I mean, it helped with your swing and keeping it straight. And then there was times I have a drift too, and there was something that he would put where it would force you not to drift, because if you did, you would run into it. And I did not like that either, but it did help you with that drift. So that's why I say, we butt heads at first, but deep down, and I realized, he's making me a better player. So, yeah. And I do thank him today that I am a lot better at the line. I stay down. I wait until that ball hits the pins. It forces me to read what my ball is doing. It tells me if I'm throwing the right ball. It tells me how the pattern is playing and everything like that. So yeah, I thank Coach Straub.
Definitely one of the great folks out there in bowling. So shout out to Coach Straub and all his continued hard work, and hopefully happy retirement as well,
Exactly,
as he
yeah.
moves on to the next stage in his bowling world. But yeah, it's it's one of the getting back to the national championship portion of it, and I've seen photos over the year of obviously the school appreciates just the teams that have come together who have represented Nebraska in such a great form at athletics, and I've seen photos of you guys at football games being recognized for winning national championships, and I've heard the football experience at Nebraska is like none other. I'm sure there's a few other folks in the chat right now who may argue for their favorite teams, but I've seen the stadium. I've never seen it on game day.
That's so cool.
How crazy is it at a Nebraska football home game? And B, how nuts is it being on the field, being recognized just with that many thousands of people just in one place, recognizing you for bringing a title home?
Game day is crazy in Lincoln. I mean, everything is red. I mean, I remember like waking up in the dorm. I mean, it could be early in the morning. All I could hear is "Go Big Red!" Just people just screaming even before the game starts. And I mean, everything is just red. People are just covered in red, and just you have to see it. It's so cool to be able to experience that, and then being able to go out on the field. I mean, there's everybody. You get a standing ovation. I mean, you are an athlete. They treat you amazingly. I mean, the stands. It's full. I mean, that's a sold out crowd always. So when you're down on the field, I mean, being recognized, it brings tears to your eyes. I mean, it's so cool, and I'll never forget those times. And I have a bunch of pictures, and I'm a lot of wonderful memories there. So yeah,
it was. It looks super cool, but I would have been intimidated in such a situation around so many people. That had to be nuts. But I assume you got to embrace that moment, though. That's that's something that not many folks get to experience in their lives, and that's a pretty awesome thing to have as kind of a cool experience. I've done that, yeah.
It never gets old. It's you always once you win a national title, you're like, I get to go on the field again. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. Yeah, it never gets old.
Never gets old. I like that.
Never gets old.
I somehow got to get a live streaming national championship so I can be recognized by the rest of the live streaming community. Get that. That's probably not the same though. But Amanda, along with the success at Nebraska, you found success at the same time for Team USA. And another opportunity to wear a very distinguishable jersey. Going from the red of Nebraska to the red, white, and blue had to be just as exciting. Competing against the best in the world. Tell us about some of those experiences, being able to represent the red, white, and blue on the lanes across the globe.
That was an amazing feeling. I remember the very first time that I made Junior Team USA because I was so close for many, many years. Actually, the closest was in 2000. I was 16. I want to say maybe actually 15. I led the Junior Gold championships by a lot. I think it was like almost 150 pins going into like the final day, and my thumb ended up ripping open, and I started to drop. And this is like before any like selection committee or anything like that. And I ended up finishing 8th, and they took 6. So I just missed it, and it was heartbreaking, but I learned from it. And I went and worked on my game some more. I mean, there were things that I took from the tournament. It's like, okay, I got to work on this. I knew what I needed to improve on. Yeah, of course, I was very heartbroken. I was very, very upset, but I'm like, okay, I'm gonna come back next year even better. Following year, finished 8th again. I'm like, okay, what can I learn from this? I'm gonna make this team. So I learned from it. Following year, 2002, it was in Florida. I finished 4th, and I made that team. And that's the one year that I'm always going to remember. I mean, that's very, very special to me. And I made Junior Team USA. And then from that on, I made it for an additional 3 years. So I was on Junior Team USA for 4 years. And then I also made the adult team from 2004 until 2007. So I was on both teams for a few years, which was super cool. One of my most memorable trips probably was my first time going on a trip with Team USA was to Berlin. Was going to Berlin, yeah, with to the World 10-pin Team Cup, and that was in 2004. I was young. I mean, but it was very special because it was my very first event really going overseas. So, and I walked across going to like the red light district, which was very, very interesting. Got some pictures. It was very strange. I'm like, and I really didn't even know what that was. I think I was naive, maybe, I don't know. But I thought food was interesting. I really enjoyed the French fries there, and they did have Ben and Jerry's ice cream. I love that.
Interesting. The French fries.
The French fries were very good. Yes, they were different, but they were very, very good.
Excellent.
But
Excellent.
yeah, and then we ended up finishing 2nd. We got the silver medal for a team event, and ever since then I'm like, I really, really wanted to be on the other Team USA. I mean, just the camaraderie with the team and being able to represent our country was so cool. So yeah.
Very awesome stuff. And as we get toward the end of this game here, Amanda, we've talked a lot about the collegiate experience for the folks who have been on the show and kind of how they got started. For you, how did you kind of end up picking Nebraska? What was kind of the process? Were you, looking at a few different places? Were you highly recruited, or kind of how was the how did you end up making the decision to pick Nebraska to be the place to be for you to continue your bowling career and your education?
I was recruited. I was at that time the top female high school recruit for the senior class. I had 2 colleges that I was debating between. That was Wichita State and Nebraska. They basically were the top 2 colleges in the country. And I visited both, and they were both really good schools. But what got to me was the athletic department at Nebraska. Just seeing what they had to offer for me, and just hearing that I basically could have tutors if I needed them, and just basically just the campus was just absolutely gorgeous, and I just felt like home to me there. And I'm like, this is where I wanted to be. And then it's actually seeing the stadium too, the football stadium. I'm like, this is so cool. And hearing that I could go to the football games whenever I wanted when I was in town, that was just a bonus to me. I'm like, yep, this is where I wanted to go. So Nebraska is where I chose, and I'm happy, very, very happy that I went there. And it was a great school, got the education that I needed. And yep, I have very happy I made that choice.
Well, it sounds like you kind of followed a similar path to a current young high schooler who made a big impression this week at the PWBA Kickoff Classic, being the top high school recruit. I'm sure that is going to be Jillian Martin is probably going to be getting some similar attention to that in the next coming years. As I believe just a junior in high school after her amazing week in Arlington just a couple of days ago. Thinking of having success that young, and obviously being the top high school player in the country at that time, you had experienced something similar to being, one of the top players at that level. What did you think of Jillian's performance as a 16-year-old across her kind of big national showing at the Kickoff Classic?
I was thinking, wow, she is going to be, wow. I mean, her mental game at that age is crazy. She's crazy good. I mean, she is so mature beyond her years. I mean, I'm so impressed with Jillian. I mean, she's going to win so many PWBA titles. I mean, I can't believe she's only 16, really. I mean, her game is so solid. I mean, I'm very, very impressed with her. She's phenomenal.
She was certainly fun to watch compete throughout the course of those events, and someone potentially later in the season you'll get to compete alongside if she makes it out to a couple other events. School, of course, you gotta watch out for that school. Make sure that's all in place. But it's 2021. You mentioned you're starting up with a new bowling ball company this year with 900 Globals. So talk to us a little bit about just getting used to the new stuff and how you're liking it so far.
I love our new equipment that we have. It's in every ball that I have drilled from them. It's different, which is great. They all roll great. They all roll amazing. So far, I'm loving the Reality that just got released yesterday. It's a very strong ASIM, and then I loving the Zen. And I mean, I'm just very, very impressed that every ball that I throw is different. None of them is the same, which is going to be great for my arsenal. So I'm very excited to throw them for the PWBA Tour this year.
Excellent. We're getting into the 10th frame here. Nebraska against McKendree, and pretty close matchup. Taking a look at the scores, looks like a slight edge to McKendree heading into the 10th here, but both teams working on some strikes for now you got to bowl with Shannon Pluhowski at Nebraska. Now she's transitioned to the assistant coach behind Paul Klempa there. Knowing Shannon as a competitor, how cool do you think it is for these young student athletes to have her as an assistant coach now, helping them throughout the course of the season?
I think this is a great opportunity for these girls to work with Shannon. Shannon has the background. I mean, being able to work with Coach Straub and then Coach Klempa, and just having her experiences as a player, and then having her coach these girls. I mean, this is definitely amazing thing for them. And then they can be able to look up to her, and Shannon can tell them stories too. And just overall, I think it's just a great thing for them.
Yeah, that was there was a quick story that Coach Straub had mentioned that Shannon had essentially got into the head of another player to kind of get an advantage on one of the TV shows, I believe. But it was that experience has to go a long way in being able to. She's experienced all these things these players are going through throughout the course of a collegiate season, knowing kind of the ups and downs of it too. That's that's part of the struggle of the season is not everything's the same year in and year out. You're constantly losing people or bringing new people in. You have to manage that. Obviously, you have to build new relationships as people join the team as well, getting to know them and how they work on the lanes. It's kind of a continuous cycle throughout the course of all 4 years, which has to be certainly tough to an extent, but probably a rewarding one though. Once you kind of get through the initial steps of it, being able to expand your group essentially of who you're hanging out with, who you're bowling with, who you can trust on the lanes and in life as well. It's the team aspect of it all is very refreshing in the collegiate world, it seems.
I definitely agree there. Yes, with you there. So I mean, it seems like a lot of these. There's a lot of these coaches. I mean, like there's Josie Barnes. I mean, she's one of the coaches for Vanderbilt, and I'm just seeing a lot of like the PWBA players. I mean, they're coaching these college teams, which I think it's great. I mean, they can really help the girls and help them with their games, and I mean, mentally too. I mean, it's just going to make them even better, and then be able to help them go out on the tour once their college careers are done. So I think this is great.
Yeah, big shout out to, as you mentioned, quite a few players on tour, helping in the collegiate coaching aspect, along with competing on tour. So it's, definitely kind of knowing the collegiate schedule, knowing that's potentially a long season to balance, followed by another long season to balance with PWBA Tour, but probably a good one to have to work through. So I'm sure they're enjoying the opportunity now. Shannon was one of the players who didn't make the Kickoff Classic because she was coaching the previous week, but we'll be excited to see her back out on the lanes in April as well.
Yep, definitely. So, and I know there's a lot of these. There's a few of these girls that weren't able to bowl last week because of the college calendar. So, I know for me, I wasn't able to compete due to our Minnesota centers not being open, and I felt I was going to be prepared and practiced enough to compete. So that's the reason why I wasn't able to be out there last week. I would have loved to been there, but I wanted to make sure that I was prepared and ready to be able to bowl against those players, because they're so good.
And I've seen some posts about that where I believe you and Eric have had to drive to Wisconsin to find some centers to get some games in. That's I can imagine that's probably a bit of a trek to make it over the border there to get some games.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it was like an hour one way for us just to go practice. So it was challenging. Luckily, our centers did open up 2 weeks ago, so I can now go out and practice. So we're open at 25% capacity now. So I'm just thankful that we're open, so I can at least go and practice.
Absolutely, that's great to hear. That's great for our friend Brent over at Cedarville Lanes as well. He's an amazing host and one that's been so great for the PWBA Tour the past couple of years, and that's going to be the first stop once we get back in April. So definitely looking forward to that. And the food at Fitz's is something else. So
I love it. Yep, Fitz's is amazing. I love their food, I love Brent.
Brent's the greatest.
Yes,
Brent's the man. So
yes, he is.
But I was you do enough of these live stream events. You travel. You set certain expectations for food at bowling centers just because it's not every place. Jason talked about USA Bowl making some believe some pot roast for all the competitors, which is pretty awesome. But you kind of have your expectations across the board, and then all of a sudden we walked there in 2018, or that was my first trip there, and all of a sudden I got one of the sandwiches there, and I was like, "Holy cow, this is going to be a fun week!" Get to eat bowling alley food, and that's going to be awesome and tasty and all that stuff. So that was that made for a great week, great show as well that week and the year that followed. But I secretly enjoy making trips over there. So not gonna lie.
Oh, I enjoy their food a lot. Yep. I bowl league at Cedarville on Wednesday nights, and I really enjoy their taco salad. It's very, very good. Highly recommend.
The taco salad. There we go.
Taco salad. Yes.
I'll have to take a look at that next time I'm there. So I will keep that in mind. That's I'll put it on the list.
All right.
All right. It is still pretty close here as we wrap up match number 3. Looks like this will be a big shot here for McHenry, and that's going to be a little bit of trouble with the split. So for Nebraska, essentially the opportunity to take the win here, they're working, or their anchor player working on a double. So an opportunity to gain some pins and a potential open here for McHenry. But both teams bowling fairly well, going to be right around 1,000 this game.
Good game. Very good game.
Absolutely. The patterns on the collegiate bowling landscape definitely challenge you throughout the course of not only the week, but throughout the entire season. And, it's tough, especially in the Baker format. That's one thing I've always appreciated when teams are able to put up nice, consistent scores in Baker, how tough that actually is to do with just the format of 5 different players having to be in unison, basically, to put together a good Baker game. I think it's one of the best things to see in sports.
Yeah, I enjoy Baker. I mean, it takes a little luck too. You have to have Carrie on your side.
Got to have Carrie. Little momentum never hurts, and finding kind of where everybody fits into the lineup too is always a big thing, and finding that right chemistry to know who's going to be making the shots into the 10th, what type of player you want in the 4th spot, who's bringing the energy from the leadoff position. Kind of all those things have to work together, and part of the excitement for coaches each and every year is to kind of see how those players develop those roles too. Is all part of the equation of having a great team.
Exactly. Yes. Yep. I remember like when I was on the team, when Shannon was on, she did the 2004 team. I was in the 4th spot, and Shannon was in the 5th spot, and we worked very, very well. And then we had Adrienne Miller on the team too. She was a firecracker. She really was. She got the whole crowd going. I mean, she got all of us going. She got us fired up. She was a great leadoff bowler, but she also helped with reading the lanes. So when we changed pairs, we could always read how her ball, or what her ball did, so we can easily read off her. So she was a perfect leadoff bowler. So we had just a great team in 2004 and then 2005 as well.
Yeah, that's a unique dynamic to try and find, and it looks like McHenry with the double in the 10th, Nebraska unable to match. It looks like McHenry is going to sneak out this game by about 20 pins here. Going to be the final difference. Just a matter of fill balls now, but yeah, it's certainly a unique situation to try and just find the right dynamic. But yeah, it's fun seeing the those leadoff players, and I think we got a treat with that during the PBA league. Stephanie Johnson kind of falling into that role, and she was kind of the quintessential leadoff player of making good shots, reading the lane, communicating to her teammate, and then when she was making the big shots, delivering the enthusiasm as well. So I thought that was just a great example of kind of that Baker dynamic that you look for.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I could definitely see Steph being a great leadoff player. And I remember when I was on Team USA, I was one of the leadoff players too, because I can get fired up and get the team going. I do enjoy bowling leadoff when I need to, because I feel like I can get the team going when needed.
Absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
Amanda, we're going to we'll go ahead and let you go and enjoy the Saturday. I know the got family, dogs, and everything to going on over there in Minnesota. So please send our best to the fam. We miss seeing all you guys, but looking forward to the next opportunity to do so. But you know, other than for folks to look out for the story in Bowlers Journal to come to their doorsteps in the next couple of days, you know, what do you have going on kind of the next couple of months, looking ahead to get ready for the PWBA tour?
I'm just going to be practicing bowling league and bowling some local tournaments, just preparing. I'm also working my full-time job that I have. But yeah, I'm a senior administrative assistant at Prime Therapeutics. I support like 4 vice presidents. So I'm keeping busy, but I'm definitely going to be ready to go in April. So I'm really, really excited.
All right, we are too. So Amanda, we'll let you enjoy the rest of your Saturday. But thank you again for joining us on Bowl TV, and we'll see you soon. All right, bye, Amanda. All right, everybody, that was Amanda Vermilia joining us here on Bowl TV for the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational. Let's take a look around the house, see if anyone else is competing at the moment. It looks like we have some 10th frame action going on 35 and 36. So we will head over there momentarily. You'll get a quick look at the Bowl TV studio while we do that. There it is. And we'll head over to 35 and 36, catch the final few shots. Between Tulane and Stephen F. Austin. We'll have a full score update after the conclusion of match number 8, game 3 overall of the day. Teams will have a quick 3-minute break to travel around the house, get ready for their next matchup. As we look across the house for match number 9. Going from left to right on 35 and 36, we have Prairie View A&M taking on McKendree. Louisiana Tech taking on Texas Southern. Nebraska versus Tulane on 43 and 4. The Louisiana Tech Texas Southern match was on 39 and 40. On 47 and 48, we have Stephen F. Austin against Arkansas State. And on 51 and 52, Sam Houston State against Youngstown State. .904 in the books with that strike on the fill ball for Stephen F. Austin. It looks like Tulane is going to fall just short. Looks like a max of 900 with the spare conversion and a strike, so needed that first hit in the 10th for the opportunity. To double for the win, but they'll have to get that pin set up once again. And once again, a big shout out to USA Bowl for hosting the Prairie View A&M Invitational here in 2021. Traditionally, the event has been held at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas, but with social distancing and skipping pairs, the ITRC a little bit too small of a facility to welcome this many teams. So USA Bowl in Dallas, great venue, great folks over there. Shout out to Josh, accommodating as always. For great collegiate events. As we wrap up, potentially an update from Jason Thomas. Okay, JT is ready.
Hello, sir. Yeah, just a quick update. Players just trying to slam down some food, some of that pot roast that they may or may not have gotten to eat much of between games. But looks like a few of them had a chance there to eat as they were waiting for the last group to finish. But yeah, some interesting storylines unfolding today. Prairie View A&M got off to a quick start yesterday, and now they're struggling. They're down on the bottom of the, not all the way at the bottom, but pretty much second to last as of last game. So that's an interesting development. Some of the other teams that are moving up the leaderboard. McKendree kind of slowly making their way up through the rankings, but with 2 more games left to go today, it looks like the players are all feeling good. I don't see a lot of hanging faces, and looks like there's still a lot of energy left. And I think these last 2 games are going to be a big push to try to set themselves up for tomorrow.
Absolutely. The final opportunity to perhaps improve their spot in the standings and work their way up the bracket. Once again, unique to NCAA, usually you have to be within a certain amount, or a certain amount of spots have an opportunity to work their way through the bracket to win the title. It's not necessarily an elimination bracket similar to, you look at stepladder finals, or you look at, just a traditional, 16, 12 team bracket, whatever it may be. So teams in the top 4 have the opportunity to win the event overall. So that's going to be a big push to keep an eye on with these final 2 games, is to see who's going to put themselves in position. It's always tricky in the best of 7 Baker bracket finals to get there, but you got to give yourself the opportunity to move up in the standings. And then once you make the top 4, anything goes at that point. But for a lot of folks, you're wondering why it works that way. It kind of goes along with, we talked about how important the wins and the losses were yesterday. But this is a way to keep everybody who competes in an event to have the same amount of matches throughout the course of it. So essentially, if you win an event, you're going to face, essentially, if you're the top seed, or if you're in the 1-2 match, you win, you're going to actually face one of the teams from the bottom part of the thing. So even though technically it doesn't affect your spot in the title match moving forward, it's still another game that you have that can help or hurt your overall record for the season. And same thing for the other matches. So everyone continues to bowl someone throughout. It's not necessarily an elimination bracket. It's just that teams can only move up or go down so far in the standings. So a thing to look out for. So once again, if you make that top 4, your overall finish at worst is going to be 4th. Not, if you have a bad first round, you're not out of it. And, looking at a 9th or 10th place finish or something like that, you can still improve your standings through that, instead of necessarily being one and done like we see with other brackets.
Yeah. And it is an interesting format. I think it's not something that people who aren't accustomed to watching collegiate bowling are used to. But there's certainly some quirks in there that I think you did a good job of explaining to people. But those are things we'll have to watch for over the next 2 games today and all of the action tomorrow.
I'm not going to lie, though. I got experience because every year at the Prairie View, when we would host it at the ITRC, I would always be I'd be a little rusty on my NCAA format, so I would always have to ask again, like, okay, how's this work? The top 4. So I've learned a lot by asking a lot. So that's been the
it's good broadcasting, sir.
Every once in a while we get that here. But folks, JT, we'll let you get back at it. I know scores are coming in after match number 3, and we'll settle in as teams get ready for match number 4. Once again, 5 total today. So we still got a couple hours here on Bull TV. So everybody hang tight and enjoy the ride as we get closer to knowing the teams who are going to have the chance to win the Prairie View A&M Invitational here in 2021.
Thank you, sir.
Not a problem. All right, looking at 35 and 36. I don't think we've actually sat on Prairie View A&M for a full game yet. We've caught them a few times crossing over here on the main station, so they are our tournament hosts. Let's see them compete against McKendree here in the next game. So we'll go ahead and stay here on 35 and 36. And once again, as soon as we get some score updates through match 3, we will get those posted, let you know, pass along the information. We'll look at the individual standings as well. That all tournament team getting closer and closer here to being determined as well. So everybody hang tight. 2 more left to go here. 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational on bulltv.com. Thanks again for watching, joining the community, checking it out. And we certainly hope to see you subscribe to watch tomorrow's bracket finals, starting at 9:25 a.m. Eastern and going through the morning and into the early afternoon. So folks, check it out. Join Bull TV, the place to go to get signed up for that. But we're going to sit tight and be back soon. Match 4 coming up next here on Bull TV. All right, everybody, we are in match 4 of 5 today. Match 9 of 10 overall prior to the bracket play at the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational taking place at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV, and we have a good question in the chat before we get a rundown of our teams joining here. But Mr. Matt asking about the minus scores rolling beneath on the ticker there. That is a great question. So essentially, that number is the total amount of pins below par. Essentially, if you will, if you think to the golf scenario, but essentially for the way most folks score bowling with the plus and minus system, shooting 200 is considered a game of par. So if you shoot 210, you're plus 10. If you shoot 195, you're minus 5. So it's an easy way to kind of keep up to date with where folks are at in the standings versus going into scenarios where you're just keeping track of total pinfall. Obviously, the tournament itself is doing that, but in trying to compare scores, it's easier to say you're plus 78 after 7 games versus keeping track and saying, yeah, I got 1478 going so far. So it's kind of just a scoring. A quicker way to keep scoring throughout the course of a block to kind of gauge where people are doing. Of course, that's all relative to scoring pace as well. So you see the top scorer at the moment being in the minus number. So that means they're tough. There isn't a team averaging 200 overall for the event, but you look at Arkansas State minus 99. So that means they're pretty close to averaging 200 over the course of 8 full or 3 traditional games and 25 Baker games. So they really haven't given up that many pins below 200. So the minus is pins away from averaging 200. And if you see a plus up there, that means the team is averaging above 200. So that's just the rundown there for kind of how scoring works with bowling and how it's rolling across the screen right now. So Arkansas State minus 99, leading in total pinfall. McKendree second at minus 269. So that means there's about 170 pins between them in overall pins right now for the top spot, with Arkansas State having the advantage. So that's just a little bit about how that's working, but a good note to have in general moving forward. Great question, Matt. We definitely appreciate it. The score in the parentheses, the 5 and 3, that's the overall record so far this week. So once again, each match counts as a win or loss toward a school's overall record during the course of a season. And those wins determine postseason play later in the year. So all that very important to a team to accumulate those wins. But looking at winning the overall tournament, it's imperative to be in the top 4. So at the moment, Arkansas State, McKendree, Sam Houston State, and Louisiana Tech currently the top 4 in pinfall. But you got Nebraska, Youngstown State, and Tulane all within striking distance, about 100 pins or so back. So that's just a little bit of the bowling math going on there. Hopefully that helps explain that a little bit. But if you have any additional questions about that, please let us know. We're going to get back to the full screen action here. And great question about what's going to happen tomorrow. So essentially, it's going to be bracket play tomorrow. So the pinfall totals after the 10 matches that we have, including yesterday and today when we're all said and done, will determine the seeding for the bracket. So we will have 10 teams in the bracket. All 10 teams will each bowl 3 rounds. But essentially, you can only move up so far in the standings. So you have to be in the top 4 for a chance to win the event. With the way the bracket works, it's not traditional where if you win, you advance, or if you lose, you are eliminated. Every team bowls every round. And once again, that's to stay consistent with the amount of games they get to bowl, looking at the win-loss record. But tomorrow will be all bracket, or all Baker, excuse me. It'll be best of 7. So teams will essentially bowl a 1-game Baker match. Whoever wins that will go up 1-0. And they'll continue that until someone gets to 4 wins to determine who essentially continues on their path toward the highest spot in their seeding group, or if they eventually have to settle for a spot a little bit lower. So it's a little unique. It's when you see the bracket, it kind of starts to make a little bit more sense, probably compared to my attempt to explain it. But essentially, everybody continues to get to compete, but sometimes you have to defeat the same team twice to win when you have 3 rounds. So it's certainly a little different if you've never followed the NCAA bowling before. So I know that's probably something new for a lot of folks this week. And like I mentioned to JT, I tended to ask about it every year just to make sure I had all the details down for moments just like this. But it's exciting. It's different. We've seen the intensity throughout the course of the weekend. Baker bowling is very awesome just in general. I'm a big fan of it. I'd love to see more events have some type of Baker portion to it. But that is the excitement of everything kind of coming together for a team trying to put together an excellent performance and find a way to beat another very talented team 4 times is a challenge in itself. So a lot of excitement for tomorrow. But after that 3rd round, we will essentially have a championship match. We will get to there. We will have the top 2 teams who make their way through the bracket be competing for the title match, and we'll have that on the main channel. We'll have all the other channels going as well, so we will do our best to update that as things progress throughout tomorrow. But tomorrow will be a very fluid day. We will be kind of working everything along as it happens. So that'll be the good thing. We'll be working together to keep you good folks informed throughout the course of the bracket play. We should have the bracket available tonight. Yes, because after the rest of today's block, there's no more matches essentially leading up to pinfall. So pinfall kind of drops after this, but we will have our seeding tonight. So we should know the top 4 who will be competing for the title tomorrow, which is always great and always fun to look forward to. But once again, with big shout out to JT, Jason Thomas, getting those standings up on the board as we wait for the official version as well to post the link. But right now, our top 4: Arkansas State, McKendree, Sam Houston State, and Louisiana Tech. But you got Nebraska, you got Youngstown State, Tulane, all within a big game here of making it into the top 4. But 2 games left to go. These teams can essentially lock up their spot. You got to imagine Arkansas State in pretty good position here. 170 pins between them and second place at the moment. So looking back to that 4th spot, it's nearly 300 pins. So Arkansas State in good position. McKendree probably in a pretty good spot too. So for Sam Houston and Louisiana Tech, it's going to be up to them to have a strong finish here to make sure Nebraska or Youngstown State or Tulane doesn't make a run at them to get into the top 4. We currently are watching McKendree take on Prairie View A&M. We do have some lineups here for the teams. So we'll start with Prairie View. Their lineup currently 1 to 4. So right now over on lane 36, far right of your screen, that is their anchor player, Patricia Rosales, the 2019 Junior Gold Champion and a member of Junior Team USA, taking care of the spare as teams are going to move lanes here. So Prairie View will be up on 35 and McKendree moving to 36. So the lineup for Prairie View is going to be Asia Wren in the leadoff spot. I have Lisi Reyes bowling second. Ashlyn Okazaki bowling third. Cheyenne Washington in the 4th spot. And Patricia Rosales bowling 5th. Looking at the lineup for McKendree, Miranda Pattison currently standing up there right now in the leadoff spot. Amanda Morgan second. Brittany Myers third. Isabel Correa 4th. And Hope Gramley in the 5 spot for the Bearcats. An interesting note about Miranda, we had Shannon O'Keefe on during part of the PWBA Kickoff Classic Series, and we're talking about notes and how important it was at the ITRC to kind of know those pairs and keep notes. And we asked her, as the coach of McKendree, to just talk a little bit about, bringing that information to her players, letting them use it, and, obviously helping them develop their games as they, oftentimes throughout the course of a collegiate season, this is not an example of it with the social distancing going on. So they're not at the ITRC, but for a lot of times teams end up traveling to the same events each season and they're held at the same centers. So they talked a lot about the importance of keeping notes and, note taking in bowling. You're saying, what's that all about? It's essentially a way to fast track changes, looking ahead to places you return so you're not caught behind in transition. Each lane has its own characteristics, own little quirks to it, if you will. As Rod Ross so eloquently put about the ITRC, each place has its own each pair of lanes has its own personality. And you got to get to know that personality in order to find continued success. And through note taking, sometimes you can potentially alleviate some of the guesswork, I guess is what we're trying to say here. In making those moves, making those decisions, you've historically seen lane A do something throughout multiple appearances there. so you come to through note taking get to know to expect it. So Shannon was kind of talking about her process, not giving away all the notes to the ITRC, but a very thorough notebook about just all of her experiences over the course of years competing at events, Team USA camp, all of that good stuff. But when we asked her about, who has taken that role most on the team over the course of, her 5-6 seasons now as the women's head coach of the Bearcats, and she actually mentioned Miranda Pattison being the one who was essentially the best note taker out of all the talented athletes she had. So she spoke very highly of Miranda's note-taking ability and kind of reading what each lane is giving her. And, you see her in the leadoff position. We were talking about the importance of the leadoff spot with Amanda and Gigi today. And you can tell that that's a good reason to have Miranda in there just because, she's on top of it. She's taking in the little differences, understanding her ball reaction, understanding when she's making a good shot, and putting all of that together, turning that into notes and making that a valuable tool for the team moving forward. So shout out to Miranda for that, and keep up the good work as well. That's I always enjoy getting to ask the college coaches about the players who do the things that impress them the most. So that was one that I enjoyed asking Shannon, and she had a great answer. So it was great to hear that. And here we are watching everything unfold on 35 and 36. But we'll get back to the players in just a moment. It looks like we need to get some pins set over here on 35 and 36. So everybody hang tight. 1.5 games to go here for day number 2, Prairie View A&M Invitational at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. All right, we've been talking about the players here, and my main man, Jason Thomas, we're going to bring him back in to talk a little bit about individual scores as well. So we got them rolling across the screen. JT, what you got?
Hello. Well,
howdy.
I want your expert opinion as someone who's done your 10,000 hours of collegiate bowling and is an expert in such matters.
Mm-hmm.
So I posted the updated standings for individual. And as you can see, they include some scores that are lower than others. Right. For example, our second place person on the standings has a score of 213. And so I believe I know why that is true, because those players subbed in and they shot 213 for the one game that they bowled. But is it important for the standings that it be done that way, or because obviously 213 is less than somebody's 3-game score, or is for individual standings after the event, are players who bowled all the games the ones that get first billing and then move down?
It's going to be total pinfall when you look at all tournament team later on. So, yes, I know exactly why those players are there, because it's currently going by average for their appearances so far. But yes, it will be total pinfall. So even though for a player like Miranda Pattison there, who just has one game in 213, and although she could bowl great and average 230 the rest of the way out, it will. The awards at the end of it all will go to the players who have accumulated the most pinfall for their 5-game totals here today. So that is the way they'll be awarded when we're all said and done here.
Gotcha. So, do you think we should be only listing players that have bowled all 3 games?
I would say yes, unless there's someone who has shot in 2 300s and has 600 for 2. Then I would include them very much so. But yes, I would go with players with all 3 games in the book so far.
Okay, well, I will make that adjustment for because there are some players that still have a chance that aren't listed on here because they're behind, average wise, some of those players that don't have the full 3 games.
That's true. JT, you're a hardworking man out there. I appreciate that.
All right, back to updating tickers for me.
All right, there we go. Jason Thomas. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll go back to full screen as well. And you know what? Ticker is a great word. And I'm a big fan of tickers in general. They always have great information in them. But, folks, we encourage you to check out the Collegiate Ticker every week on bowl.com. Wednesdays, usually the day for it, is essentially our weekly update on the world of college bowling. Obviously it's been a little different, waiting to get everything going. Just a couple events so far the first few weeks, but business beginning to pick up here in the 2021 season. So we're seeing more and more news as we got a awesome washout conversion there by Asia Wren of Prairie View. But as business picks up in the collegiate landscape, we're going to be bringing you those updates week in and week out. And of course, there's a new website on the block for all you kids to check out. For the long time, it was collegebowling.com. It's got a little update to the vernacular, if you will, now. It's collegebowling.bowl.com now. So over the past few years, USBC has worked with the great Carl Nicolai, who has been a longtime proponent, heck of a nice guy too, of college bowling, coaching, helping out, doing the standings, doing the website, an all-time legendary website, to be honest with you. If you have never had the opportunity to visit the original version, it was something cool and special, and really had a full part of bowling history to it. And it's going to be crazy to talk about a website like that, but folks, that was the place. When we had, I'm trying to think of who we had on. I believe it was when we had Bill Straub on. He was talking about some of the high-scoring days at Strike and Spare, and everyone used to call it Strike and Strike, which was great because that's actually, when you talk to people when they refer to those tournaments back in the day, that's what they call it, Strike and Strike. But they had forums. That was the place to be back in the days when people went on the internet to check out forums, and that was a big part of it. And it was an interesting community. It was a cool community. So big shout out to Carl for his long work with that. But recently has been taken over by the USBC collegiate team here at the campus. I know a couple of years in the works to put that together, but that's now the place to be throughout the course of the collegiate season to get those updates. A lot of the same information available there that you had on the old site. It's a little different. You got to start to work your way around it to get comfortable with it as you had to those first few times with collegebowling.com. But a new place to check out the collegiate season, see teams, see players, get information, get stats. It's all there. It's a very helpful tool throughout the course of the collegiate season, especially as we get deeper into the regular season. You can really track the progress of players, see who's been performing well, how they finish throughout the course of multiple events. And you can even go back to like the 2004-2005 season and see how you did when you were competing at the college you went to, and see some rough scores that you're not so terribly proud of. But that's just part of it all. That's just part of it all. I'm not talking about anyone in particular. I'm talking about me. But yeah. So some great things to check out there. The Collegiate Ticker every Wednesday, bowl.com, and then collegebowling.bowl.com. We will have an event recap here at the Prairie View A&M available on bowl.com as well tomorrow after the event wraps up. We'll talk about our champions, their path to victory. Take a note of top individual performers as well. Want to give a quick shout out to the folks who have had the opportunity to experience the Prairie View A&M Invitational before. They will know exactly what I'm talking about here. But I just want to give a shout out and a bunch of love to Coach Glenn White and the entire staff that has traditionally run the Prairie View A&M Invitational at the ITRC. Definitely a special week each and every year that we always look forward to as far as covering the event, not only to see great bowling and see, the next big competitors who are going to be joining the PWBA Tour in a couple of years, but the hospitality shown at this event is second to none. So Coach White, all the volunteers, always great to see them. Always so excited to be part of the tournament, be at the ITRC. But it's more than just a bowling tournament. They do a great job of creating the just a family feel at the event. So there's usually, obviously, once again, with social distancing this year, we're at USA Bowl, but there's an opportunity to visit the International Bowling Museum and Hall of Fame as part of the tournament week. There is a weekly dinner, almost like a barbecue that comes together, a chance for all the teams to come together, have a nice meal together after competing on the lanes and getting to experience it. So, it's something so very cool. If it was at the ITRC, we'd probably be doing it a little bit differently with, trying to keep everybody safe, but it's definitely a great bowling community. So big thanks to all the volunteers over the course of the years, Coach White, and just everyone who's always been a part of it. It's always been a special place, a special tournament for us. So we got a nice shot there by Reyes for Prairie View A&M, and frame number 7, early, or 2 for 2 so far in the frame for Prairie View. But just a big thank you. That's pretty cool coming into the event for the first time, kind of getting to see that hospitality, and it's echoed true ever since. So a big thank you to Coach White and the whole Prairie View contingent in making this event an experience possible each and every year. And as we work here, middle of match number 9 overall, 4 of the day. 1 left to go, folks. Bowl TV fans, college bowling fans, be sure to stay warm on and off the lane. Snuggle up on the couch this winter and watch your favorite teams compete right here on Bowl TV with a USBC comfy cozy hoodie for only $45. Visit usbcbowlingstore.com today to pick yours up. We're going to be getting you the updated link for standings as well. This will have team and individual all available to check out. So hang tight. We'll get that to you. We'll run through it as well. Get you all the good info so far through match 8 at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. All right, folks, the link has just been posted in the chat. We'll take a quick look at it, run it down with you. Arkansas State, as you've been seeing, rolling across the bottom of the screen. 79.01 in first place, minus 99 overall through 8 matches. About 170 pins ahead of second place McKendree, 77.31. Sam Houston State, 76.57 in third, and Louisiana Tech currently holding on to that fourth spot, 76.08. So once again, the top 4 after our last 2 games here will be in position to take home a title here at the Prairie View. First team out, Nebraska, 75.92, so not too far back at the moment. They are just 16 heading into this match number 9. Youngstown State, they're getting wins, but find themselves in 6th place. But once again, not too far off from the top 4, 75-38. They are 6-2 overall, the best overall record of any team so far at the moment. Tulane, 7th place, 75-05. I just sent a note to our tournament official, Stephen Padilla, trying to confirm a note, but actually looks like Stephen F. Austin should be a couple of spots higher. It currently shows them at 75-69, which actually would be 6th overall, but we will get a confirmation there from the tournament team. Prairie View A&M, 73-16, and Texas Southern at 65-21. Taking a look at the individual standings, once again, I talked about those with JT. When you look at them first, they are ranked by average, but all tournament team typically ranked based off of total pinfall. So usually the player who bowls 5 games, or all 5 games, most likely going to be in the all tournament team. But Hope Gramley of McKendree, she is their anchor player, and bowling pretty nice game so far as well. Still can get into the 260s this game. Is the leader after 3 games of 196, 245, 219 for 660. Sitting in second is Denise Glakenzie from Sam Houston State. She's at 638. Kayla Verstrati from Nebraska, steady, 212, 209, 208 for 629. Is 3rd overall. Emma Wren, also very consistent today. Youngstown State, she's at 619, tied with Faith Welch of Arkansas State. And also 1 pin ahead of Carlene Bayer of Stephen F. Austin at 6:18. Krista Elliott of Nebraska at 6:10. Some of your top individual scores. And once again, you see them rolling across the bottom of your screen there. Hope Gramley, also a standout volleyball player. The more you know. McKendree definitely in position to take the victory here with the 9th and 10th left to go. Some strong performances put together, and not too many opens either looking across the scoreboard for the Bearcats, which is typically, definitely a good way to win a lot of points here in the NCAA side, is filling frames, and just, I believe, 2 opens right now, if I'm glancing at everything correctly. Unfortunately, now 3, but they have been filling their frames, which has to make coaches Shannon and Brian O'Keefe happy campers. Spare shooting, extremely, extremely important. We've seen time and time again on the collegiate side. But Amanda Morgan and Brittany Myers and Hope Gramley all clean for the Bearcats. Amanda Morgan, a past Junior Team USA member, getting a fortunate hit there. I'd take that too if I got that hit. Ashlyn Okazaki. Taking care of the single pin there for Prairie View A&M. We talked to Taylor Bailey, a past collegiate standout for McKendree, yesterday here on the show, and she and Brianna Clemmer, 2 notable names that have been mainstays in the McKendree lineup the past 4 seasons. Have now completed their collegiate careers, and this is the first opportunity for us to see kind of the transition away from those players. They had been 2 cornerstones of the lineup for Shannon and Brian. Two players who we imagine will find success on the PWBA levels as well, but an interesting dynamic moving forward for the team, knowing that those 2 players no longer are competing on the lanes. I've heard a lot of good things from Coach Shannon about the progression of these players and some of them stepping up for the opportunities. We mentioned Miranda in the leadoff spot and her excellent note-taking. Shannon had some great things to say about Isabella as well. She's going to be stepping up here for her 9th frame. Coming on, had the miscue on the single pin, but could still shoot 247 this game. And then Hope Gramley has been a player since she came onto the scene as a freshman who has impressed. And as we mentioned, she's our tournament leader right now on the individual side. Been really impressed with Patricia Rosales over the past few years. Once again, we mentioned the success at Junior Gold, making Junior Team USA, but really enjoyed watching her compete in that Junior Gold victory throughout the course of the week. That was the center that I got to cover. So I got to watch the U20 girls up to the TV portion of that, and just an incredibly great performer. Excellent spare shooter. It's someone I'm excited to see. Hopefully, with the Team USA and Junior Team USA programs in 2021, we're not 100% sure yet how the tournament landscape will work. But Patricia would be a player I'd like to watch compete and wear the red, white, and blue, and potentially take home a medal. All right, 10th frame coming up here. McKendree versus Prairie View. McKendree in position to take the victory here. A couple of miscues in the 9th frame, but still in the position to win. Prairie View is working on a couple strikes. Could potentially make up a little bit of ground, but potentially a little bit too late. Cheyenne Washington working on 3 in a row for Prairie View. She's in the number 4 spot. Can still get to 214. Nice shot to kick things off there by Asia Wren. An early double for the Panthers. Amanda Morgan finishes with 2:26. Brittany Myers up next for McKendree, a chance to get into the 200s as well. And 201 now, her max score with the 2.7 conversion. 237 out there for Isabella Correa. To potentially lead the way for McKendree here in game number 4 of 5 for the day. Just one more to go after this, folks. Taking a look across the house, looks like Nebraska and Texas Southern going to be on 35 and 36. On 39 and 40, Youngstown State taking on Arkansas State. 43 and 44, Stephen F. Austin against Prairie View. 47 and 48, we have Sam Houston taking on Louisiana Tech. That might be a big one for the top 4. And 51 and 52, Tulane versus McKendree. So we'll definitely get a little bit better idea of which teams made a move. Once again, a few teams within striking distance, as cliche and punny as it is, of the top 4. So we'll see how it shakes out. If anyone had a big game looks like 936 to 911, Nebraska over Tulane. Arkansas State 896, Stephen F. Austin 903. So a chance for McKendree to gain some ground here. Rough game for Sam Houston, 857. Youngstown State. Chance to get to 1,000 over on 51 and 52. Going to be a little bit short of that, though. Unable to get the first hit in the 10th. But they're going to be just going to be in the 980s with a spare. $980s, $990s. And that's a huge game. As a team on the outside looking in, it looked like Louisiana Tech was already complete on 39 and 40, so did not get that score. So a good game for McKendree. They are essentially solidifying their spot in the top 4 with this game, but the teams around them, Arkansas State still had built up a big enough lead where they could have a rough game. 10-20, nice effort there by the Bearcats. But Sam Houston in the 850s. Final tally 1020 to 879 here. At 989 for Youngstown. You know, you look at that jump, Youngstown in 6th place, 75-38. Sam Houston was at 76-57. So that was a 119 pin difference, and that was bigger than a 119 pin victory there. So I mean, that's going to shake it up already. Nebraska was in the, what I say, I think low 90s, 936. So they gained about 80. So they should be ahead of Sam Houston State as well. So we'll see what Louisiana Tech did. Once again, their scoreboard had already, oh, there it is. It's going to be interesting. All right, folks. Well, that's what we like here on Bowl TV. Last game coming down. Get to track some scores, determine the top 4 for tomorrow's bracket finals. Here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational in 2021. First collegiate event of the 2021 Bowl TV schedule. Tomorrow's bracket portion starts 9:25 a.m. Eastern, 8:25 local time. Over at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. 3 rounds to determine our champion. Only teams in the top 4 will have the opportunity to win the coveted title. And folks, remember, we've been running this live stream throughout the course of the week. I guess weekend. First 2 days have been free to access with just a community login. So we appreciate everyone taking a few minutes out to create one of those. For tomorrow, however, you will need to create a subscription to watch the finals. So 3 different options to choose from. We have an annual for $79.95 if you want access to the entire site, and that'll get you coverage of the entire PWBA tour season, USBC Masters qualifying and match play, same for US Open, youth events, Junior Gold, USA Bowling, senior events, Senior Masters, Super Senior Classic, Bowlers Journal Team Championship Series later in the year, and of course, archive content, all the past shows, and other on-demand opportunities as well. We also have a monthly one if you just want to try it out. All the access to the site just in a monthly variety instead of annual. That's $9.95 recurring. And then finally, if you just want to watch tomorrow and watch it live, $4.95 will get you access once we kick off until we crown a champion. So those are the options. I agree with Alexander in the chat there with a lot of changes based on this round. Agree 100%. And as soon as we have those updates, we'll get them to you. But we're going to settle in game number 5, match 10 overall. I'm not sure where we should start off first. Without knowing exactly where it's going to look, let's take a look at Sam Houston and Louisiana Tech on 47 and 48. So we're going to go ahead and switch over there to get ready for this upcoming game. So just a quick look into the Bowl TV studio. There it is. That's just me. Don't worry. I won't be here for very long. Well, I mean, I will, but just not on the screen. So throughout the course of this final block, though, or final match, I should say, JT and I will be doing our best to get some numbers for you. And we will be trying to run down the scenarios as we get down the home stretch. But everybody hang tight. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. Great bowling is what we're going to see here on the NCAA collegiate side. So sit back, get comfy. 1 game left to go to determine placement for the bracket at the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational in Dallas.
Danielle, you got your vibe? All right, I'm ready for it. Let's go, Lindsay. Best lefty on the team. We can switch. Yeah.
All right, everybody. We are in the fifth and final game of today's traditional block at the Prairie View A&M Invitational, taking place at USA Bowl in Dallas, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV. And we're eager to take a look at the standings. As soon as we get those, we will let you know. Right now, Sam Houston State taking on Louisiana Tech on 47-48. SHSU had I guess what could be called a rough match 9. So we believe they dropped a couple spots to Youngstown State and Nebraska as well. Louisiana Tech was in the top 4 to start match 9. So it's going to be pretty crazy coming down the stretch here. Taking a look at the lineups here for our teams. And folks, if you follow these teams, and I am potentially not pronouncing some of these names correctly, please do not hesitate to help out in the chat. Say that is not correct. If you can offer some assistance with the phonetic spelling, that's always appreciated. I'll put down in my notes. But taking a look at Louisiana Tech, Lindsay Manning in the leadoff position, followed by Ashley Chanel, Danielle Jedlicki, Allie Leyendecker, and Caitlin Eder. So for those of you who have followed Junior Gold the past couple of years, some very familiar names to be included in that group. Ashley and Allie winning titles over the year. I believe Danielle and Caitlin runners up throughout the course of their career. So some great performances along the way. And a real nice team over there at Louisiana Tech. Coach Matt has put together some strong players over the past couple of years. Really like everything he's doing out there. Shout out to Coach Matt. Taking a look at Sam Houston. Haley Conley in the leadoff spot. Saya Ismail bowling second. Elise Chambers, Junior Team USA member, third. Denise Blenkenzie and B. Hernandez round out their top 5. Coach Brett. Once again, across the house on 35 and 36, Nebraska taking on Texas Southern. 39 and 40, Youngstown State and Arkansas State. 43 and 44, Stephen F. Austin and Prairie View. We're on 47-48 at the moment with Sam Houston and Louisiana Tech, and then Tulane and McKendree on 51 and 52. And my apologies to Danielle Jedlicki. She was actually the U15 champion in 2015, so I knew she had made a title match. And Ashley Chanel had actually won the year before that, so there you go. 2014, 2015 U15 champions, both on the same team. Allie Leyendecker winning the U20 division in 2017. And Kaylin Eder was the runner-up to Julia Heron in 2018 in the U20 division. Caitlin Eder, who was up on 48 there, also a member of Junior Team USA a couple of years back. I want to say part of the team in 2018, but ...2018 and 2019, so two-time Junior Team USA member. Allie Leyendecker was on the team in 2018 from Wooster, Ohio. Looks like both teams have taken a liking to lane 47 here in the early going for Sam Houston. Three strikes on that lane when they were up there in the third. Eater up once again now for Louisiana Tech, looking to make it 5 for 5 here in the fourth. When we talked to Maria Belanova to kick things off today in the coverage, we asked her, just what to expect, some of the differences on the oil patterns, even though they're the same throughout the course of the tournament, how it looks on day one with the 25 Baker games versus how it looks after 5 traditional games. And it's just typically you'll see teams finishing a little bit farther left on the lane, referencing the right side than you did in day number 1, and that is looking to be the case here, as well as teams getting into fourth arrow. Big thanks to all our guests throughout the course of the day. If you didn't get the opportunity to check that out, for our Bowl TV subscribers, you can go back and watch the archives. Our interviews included, as we just mentioned, Maria Belanova, now a rookie on the PWBA Tour and a past standout at Vanderbilt. We had Jasmine Gigi Mason, a PWBA regional champion, Team USA member, and a past standout for Nebraska. Remember, folks, Gigi's going to be on Ellen's Game of Games Monday, 8 p.m. Eastern, NBC. Check it out. We also had Amanda Vermelia, who's looking to get back on tour here in 2021. She's faced several health challenges over the years. She has continued to fight through, and there's going to be an excellent edition of the Bowlers Journal magazine coming up this month, or next month, I should say, February. That we highly encourage y'all to check out. Of course, bowlersjournal.com, the place to be to pick up your subscription. To the top monthly magazine in the sport of bowling. We also had a few coaches join us over the course of the day. Holly Harris from Wichita State, a former collegiate standout in her own right, has since moved on to the coaching side. And Sean Walkner from Wisconsin Whitewater, really enjoyed the chance to talk with those folks. Just really enjoyed the chance to talk to everybody. It's been pretty awesome to be able to bring folks into the broadcast, kind of hear their college bowling stories, if you will. Yesterday, Julia Bond, fresh off her victory at the Hall of Fame Classic, joined us. We also had Alicia Current, PWBA Tour champion and the current head coach at Delaware State. USBC Hall of Famer Mark Lewis, the director of bowling at Wichita State. Andy Dirks, in charge of Mount Mercy's bowling programs and part of the Team USA coaching staff. And then the legend, absolutely legendary, Bill Straub, longtime Nebraska coach, hopping in to join us. I think there might have been someone else, and now I didn't have them on my sheet, so I feel bad. But that's just a couple of the guests we've had over the course of competition this over these past 2 days. Taylor Bailey, that's who I left off. Taylor Bailey, another rookie this year on the PWBA Tour. And a past collegiate standout at McHenry. So in 2 days and approximately 13 hours of live streaming, 11 guests. To join the broadcast. So that's pretty cool. And hopefully a few more in store for bracket play tomorrow. All right, folks. Not sure what happened there. Looks like we potentially lost a few of the cameras there. It looks like only 35 and 36 playing at the moment. We'll get a note into JT to take a look at that, but looks like potentially lost a couple of the channels here. All right, so we'll get it on 35 and 36 real quick and see if we can get those back up. This is Nebraska and Texas Southern.
One more reason to make a good first shot, you don't have to shoot that garbage.
All right, folks. Once again, we apologize for the brief hiccup there. We're back and running on all 5 channels. And we have scores. So we were going to run those down. We know how important those are for seeding tomorrow for the bracket. So Arkansas State continues to lead 87-97. McKendree got it down to 46 pins heading into this game after shooting 10-20 last game. McKendree's at 87-51. Both of those teams all but locked into a top 4 spot. In third place now with 936. So once again, it's not necessarily the big games, but when some teams struggle, teams can make their moves. And with 936, Nebraska jumps all the way into third place, 85-28, 1 pin ahead of Youngstown State, who's at 85-27. So just 1 pin separating third and fourth. Sam Houston falls to fifth place after a rough 8:57 game. They're at 85-14. Louisiana Tech, 8:87, their last game, 84-95. So after that, it goes down to Tulane at 84-16. So they're a little bit farther back. They would need a huge game. The Green Wave would need a huge, huge game. But, folks, that is close. That is, let's see, just 33 pins separating third to sixth place right now. Individually, Hope Gramling continues to lead overall, 871 for 4. Denise Blenkenzie from Sam Houston, 853. Faith Welch, Arkansas State, 830. Kayla Verstrade from Nebraska, 820. Gwen Meha from Nebraska, 818. Megan Grams from Youngstown State, 817. Carlene Bayer, 814 for Stephen F. Austin. Emma Wren, Youngstown State, 809. Those are your players averaging over 200 for 4 so far. We'll get that link posted shortly into the chat area for y'all. All right, we got that posted now. It's time to start doing math, folks. So we'll be glancing across the house here, trying to run down as many scenarios as we can as we wrap up today's block, trying to figure out that top 4. So trying to determine who's going to finish first here amongst our teams in the mix. Looks like it's going to be McKendree and Tulane. Actually, I lied. Arkansas State and Youngstown State over on 3940. So let's head over there right now. Got to come into the Bowl TV studio for just a moment as we get that prepared. There it is, the Bowl TV studio, folks. That's where we're hanging out, covering the action from. Let's make this full screen. All right, so this is going to be the first pair done for our teams in the mix. 43 and 44, Prairie View and Stephen F. Austin also in position to wrap up soon, but both teams a little bit farther back in the standings. So Arkansas State, 231 and looks like 225 out of the gates here. They're going to be in position to, or they're looking, I should say, to lock up the top spot. But Youngstown, that's 258 right there. Sam Houston and Louisiana Tech just starting the 10th. Already in the 10th on 51 and 52. Tulane could put together a few big games here as well. So we said they're a little bit farther back. You never know. All right, it's looking like 1,054 and 928. Arkansas State with the win. So we'll see what that 928 does for Youngstown State as they look to maintain a spot in the top of the standings here. Let's see, where are we going next? Where are we going next, folks? Let's go to 51 and 52. McKendree and Tulane, I think they'll finish up just a bit quicker than 47 and 48. This could be a huge finish here for, I guess that's Madison McCall for Tulane. We'll see how much that potentially 20 extra pins there may get them in the long run. They had to make up about 110, so not going to make it to Louisiana Tech, or excuse me, to Youngstown State. Final tally 979 for Tulane. $93.95. Arkansas State's going to maintain the top overall seed here. Let's head over to the end of Sam Houston and Louisiana Tech, though, with McKendree already in the books, going to make it to the top 4. It looks like 898 for Louisiana Tech. Two bowlers left to go here for Sam Houston. So by my math, Tulane has actually gotten ahead of Louisiana Tech, but 93-95 to 93-93. Youngstown State at 94-55. This Sam Houston was down 13 pins heading into this game. This might be some huge shots here early in the season for B. Hernandez. Put our team in the top 4, and there's one. So let's see, 928, she can get to 191. 948 would be 20 pins better. So if my math's right, she still may need this one here, folks. 10:59 for McKendree. They're going to hold on to the 2 spot. Nebraska was on 35 and 36. We'll run down to them after we watch this shot. Looking for the second one in the 10th, and is going to leave the 410. So that might move Sam Houston, at least not ahead of Youngstown. So they'll have to wait and see what Nebraska does. Some drama for the top 4 here, folks. So with that 938 score, that puts Sam Houston at 94.52 unofficially. Youngstown at 94.55, 3 pins ahead. So based off of that, Youngstown in the top 4, no matter what. So it's up to Nebraska now. And we're going to head over to 35 and 36. So Bowl TV studio. Close-up time with Aaron Smith. Terrifying, I know. On to 35 and 6. I think this is the last match going on across the house as well. It is. Looks like they can max it 9-10 this game, which would put them at 94-38. So based off of that, their top 5 would be Arkansas State, McKendree, Youngstown State, and Sam Houston. I, however, am very unofficial in my results right now. They're going to get the victory over Texas Southern, but we will eventually have that pinfall. Verified as well, but unofficially right now. Arkansas State, 98-51. Tournament leader after 25 Baker games and 5 traditional games. McKendree, 98-10, second place. Youngstown State, 94-55, third. Sam Houston, 94-52, fourth. By earlier math, Nebraska is going to be fifth. After shooting 9-10. (94-38). So first team out of the top 4 for bracket play. Tulane, 93-95. Louisiana Tech, 93-93. So we are completed around the house. All those scores are going to be verified and checked once and twice and 3 times by the tournament staff to make sure those rankings for the bracket are correct tomorrow. So those are the unofficial, very unofficial, from like 20 miles away, unofficial standings at the moment here from the 2021 Prairie View A&M Invitational. Just based off of, oh, we got Jason Thomas there. Does Jason potentially have an update for us? He says, not right now, folks. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and shut the stream down, and today's broadcast is going to come to a close. But you're going to be looking for these updates at 3 places. The Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page. Head over there. You'll see a photo. We'll have a link to the results. We will also post it on Twitter and on Instagram story. So it's 1 click away. So you can access those results as soon as we have them official. That will, of course, determine seating for the bracket and lane assignments for the brackets tomorrow. So that is kind of where we're at right now. So a nice long day. We got 5 traditional games in there. Always a good time to see the competitors back out on the lanes. We got to talk to a bunch of great people once again. So let me get my list out here. Amanda Vermilia, Maria Balanova, Holly Harris, Sean Walkner, Jasmine Gigi Mason, all joining the show throughout the course of the day to talk college bowling, PWBA, and more. So big thanks to them for swinging by here and chatting with us. So, folks, tomorrow, bracket play will be right here on bulltv.com. You will need a subscription to check it out. So that's going to be the thing to do to set it up. 3 rounds of bracket play starting at 9:25 a.m. Eastern time, 8:25 local time here in the greater Dallas-Fort Worth area. So that's going to be 3 rounds, best of 7 Baker to determine our champion, I should say, for the week. So trophy presentation, all that jazz coming up at the end. But that's going to do it for now. So once again, to our guests, Amanda, Maria, Holly, Sean, and Gigi, for Jason Thomas, the man with the plan over at USA Bowl. My name's Aaron Smith. I want to thank everybody for joining us over the course of the day here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. Shout out to the staff there at USA Bowl and for the tournament as well. It's been great so far, but once again, you will need a subscription to watch the conclusion right here on Bowl TV. Go ahead and click on Join Bowl TV on bowltv.com to get that set up. A couple of choices for you to get set up. So we're definitely looking forward to it tomorrow. We're gonna have some fun all day, and it's gonna be great. So, folks, for right now, we're gonna go ahead sign off from the Prairie View A&M Invitational, but we'll be back Sunday, 9:25 a.m. Eastern, right here on bowltv.com. So, for all those great folks who mentioned, JT, my name's Aaron Smith. Thanks again for joining us here today. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. Good night, folks.
Good.